Good evening, everyone in the chambers. Welcome. Just want to ask if you could please silence your cell phones before we get started. Thank you. We'll start here in 1 minute. Okay, he's taking too long. Okay, good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, May 7th. The time is approximately 7 p.m. This is the meeting of the South Miami City Commission. Again, if you could please silence your cell phones, we would appreciate it. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Fernandez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Bonish,
Here.
Commissioner Lehman. Present. Commissioner Corey,
Present.
Commissioner Kaye,
Here.
you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If we could please all stand for a moment of silence, please. And I'd like to just take a moment of personal privilege and ask you all to keep in your thoughts and your prayers the Weed family that operate here, Strictly Tennis, in our community. Lauren Weed has been hospitalized for a number of days in critical condition, and we ask God's blessings upon her and her father, Bob, at this difficult moment. Thank you. If you could please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Kaye.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we have a number of presentations today. We're going to begin with a presentation in recognition of Amelia McKay, a Girl Scout in our community. Ms. Poleo, would you mind introducing her for us? Thank you.
Good evening. I am Elena Poleo, and I am very honored to introduce to you a very special young lady, Amelia McKay. She is a resident of your city, and she attends South Miami High. And she is really very, very special. She has been a Girl Scout for, I believe, 12 years? How many years? 13. And she has been awarded the Gold Award, which is a huge deal in Girl Scouts, and she can tell you a little bit more about her amazing project that is about the environment and plastic use in our environment. And also, she has been chosen for a very, very important program to go visit Tallahassee and learn about our state government. And she is here today being honored by you guys, and I really do appreciate this. And should I bring her up?
Thank you, Ms. Poleo. Yes, Ms. McKay, would you please come up and introduce yourself, please? Good evening. Welcome. We don't bite, we promise.
Hi, I'm Amelia McKay.
Amelia, where do you go to high school? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I go to South Miami. I'm sorry, I don't.
You can tell she's nervous.
It's all right. Hey, take your time.
It's okay.
I don't know what to say.
You go to South
So-
Miami Senior High,
Yeah,
and you are a.
I'm a junior.
Fantastic.
I'm a Girl Scout, like Helena said.
What do you love about scouting?
Like what I know about it.
What do you love about it most?
Oh,
Why have you been doing it for 13 years?
Yeah, I was about to say, 13 years, a long time.
It's a long time. It's a big commitment.
I really love the opportunities that it provides me with being able to go camping and connect with other people in the community.
Fantastic. And what was the project that you got a gold star for?
Oh, the project is called Plastic Smart. It's an environmental education program for K through 12 students and other youth organizations. It's run through Eco Adventures at Crandon Park, and it teaches students about microplastics and plastics in the ocean and what they can do to lower their carbon footprint.
And what can we do here as a city, you think, to reduce our plastic consumption? Any
Oh.
thoughts for us? Well, you know what? We'll give you a minute to think about it. And maybe before the night's over, you can share a couple of ideas, and maybe we'll put you to work over a summer here as an intern for us, if that's of interest.
That's a good
Okay,
start.
it's a good start. Okay.
I'm sorry, the canal. I thought you were just being politically correct, if you notice all the single-use
Yeah, the
plastics on the
single plastic
dais.
water bottles,
I
yeah.
didn't think you wanted to offend anyone on the commission.
That's kind of a problem too.
Yeah, it is.
That's one of the things she teaches the kindergartners is to not use single.
And who are you, ma'am, if you want to come forward? Come on up, please. You're good? What's your name? Lindsay, pleasure to have you. Congratulations. Well, we just wanted to honor you. We are, as a commission, excited about our partnership with the American Legion and the chance to sponsor kids, young men and women to go to Boys and Girls State. And we've heard through friends that you're an exceptional example of what a Girl Scout is and can be. And so we want to give you a little certificate of appreciation to recognize you for being selected to go to Girls State and your exceptional service in scouting. And so we have a small certificate of appreciation from the city that says, to Amelia McKay for your unwavering commitment to the Girl Scouts, which has led to being designated as the delegate for Unit 31 in District 14 of the American Legion Auxiliary for Girl State 2024, and for becoming a Gold Award Girl Scout. So hopefully you can find a place on your wall to hang this. And beyond this, we actually have a special surprise. Our county commissioner has joined the fun, and she apologizes she could not be here. Commissioner Raquel Regalado has sent her own certificate as well, so I'll read that to you as well. This is much prettier and fancier, so you can tell it's the county. So it says, congratulations, the Miami-Dade County Office of the Mayor and Board of Commissioners extends its congratulations to Amelia McKay as a commissioner on behalf of the Mayor, the Board of County Commissioners, and the residents of Miami-Dade County. I take great pleasure in wishing you the very best on the special occasion of you being the delegate of the 2024 Florida Girls State by the American Legion Auxiliary. It's dated the 7th of May, 2024, and signed by the Commissioner, Chairman Oliver Gilbert, and the Mayor, Daniela Levine Cava. So if you'd like to join us here at the front, we'd love to take a picture with you and present you these two certificates.
Thank you.
Amelia, you got a big challenge ahead of you because we had our last sponsoree, one of them was actually elected governor of Boys State last year. So hopefully we'll be hearing about you being elected governor in this year's competition. Okay?
No pressure.
No pressure,
Maria.
no pressure at all. But glad to have someone from South Miami High going and representing the city. And thank you for being here as well to the activities director. So thanks so much. Okay, we've got a couple other presentations. This is a lot drier stuff on bond presentation by our financial advisor, PFM Financial. If you can come forward at this time. Actually, commissioners, if you don't mind, I may just take, and if our guests don't mind, I may just take public comment first, if that's okay? So you don't keep the public waiting. Take a few minutes. So is there anyone registered for, if we can, if there's anyone registered for public comments, let's take them at this time, and then we'll get to the presentation and other business items before us. Thank you. Okay, register for public comments thus far. We have John Edward Smith. Mr. John Edward Smith, if you can come forward, please. If anyone else would like to speak, you can please come up to John here in the front and give me your name so I can just make sure to call you. If not, we'll just have you stand up and queue behind the lectern. Thank you so much. Mr. Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. Grazie. Il sindaco, il consigliere, mi chiamo Giovanni Eduardo Smith. Good evening.
Good evening.
I was to have been in northern Italy this evening for the celebration of the patron saint of Asti San Secundo, a martyr that goes back to the 2nd century, and participate in the folkloric traditions of the region as a newly minted cavaliere. Tomorrow is the Feria Carolina, a street market that takes over the city, dating back to the 14th century, as Asti was the center of commerce throughout Europe. I've postponed the trip and plan to go next May so I can fully participate in the second Sunday in Somi. My hope is that second Sunday will have such a pedigree for the years to come. I would like to acknowledge the excellent work undertaken by the City Manager's Office in presenting this upcoming event. It has morphed from what was originally thought of last November. This is the first event directly run out of the Manager's Office since former manager Maria Davis instituted Sundays on Sunset, a monthly jazz concert staged on Sunset Drive. Unfortunately, when Miss Davis was replaced, the event didn't continue. Second Saturdays on the calendar, I think, is really a prime time. If you look at January, it's after the New Year. In February, it comes around Valentine's Day. March, April, May, we have Mother's Day. June, we have Father's Day coming. So throughout the year, Second Saturdays has a good positioning in a calendar. Businesses in town are very appreciative of the efforts the city has to engage our town center, and the Shop Somi campaign will continue to grow. City Marketing Office has generated excellent social media following. Somi Magazine issued an e-blast yesterday, and you got to check your inbox if you haven't looked at it already. The performers' names are listed on the e-blast, and they in turn will be sending us on to their followers. I fully expect that we'll have a good turnout for this first go-round, and hopefully we'll see you, your family, and your friends for this first block party. I do want to address item number 1 on the consent agenda. For the past 26 years, from the saddle on my bike, I have a unique perspective of vehicular traffic, pedestrian, and bicycling safety concerns. I see things at a different level, visual level, and move at a slower rate. I get also to appreciate the sense of the morning when we're in bloom here in South Florida. That being said, I was somewhat dismayed when the stop for pedestrian signs were removed throughout town several months ago. There is curiously only one sign which remains. That is on 73rd Street, adjacent to a 635 square foot business, and that sign isn't even at a crosswalk. In fact, there is no crosswalk on that street, which I hope will be remedied when the streetscape is finished with Avalon South Miami. I've noticed in crossing in front of City Hall that cars do not observe the elevated stop for pedestrian signs. Cars were more forgiving with the street level stop for pedestrian signs were there. I had spoken with former manager Steve Alexander about doing in-ground caution lighting similar to the airport. This was thought to be put in place when the county redid the signage in front of Sunset Place. Instead, we have additional poles and flashing lights, which I would venture are not functioning for more than half of the time. As I'm there at least 4 times a week, either on my bike or on foot. I would request that looking to redo Sunset Drive as we are moving forward, that in-street caution lighting be included at the intersections on Sunset Drive and on Red Road at 73rd Street. Mille grazie.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ward, you're next, sir.
Tonight, I don't find pleasure necessarily in what I'm going to report, but several of you know that I had very strong feelings about the special election that was just completed a few days ago. When I got the result of 1,155 voters and 662 voted to approve, it just blew my mind that 662 voters would stand approved this item out of 8,460 registered voters. Now, as a result of that, I started fishing in the charter. And the result of that election are invalid. The charter requires that 15% of the registered voters must participate in a special election. The vote was 114 votes short of 15%. So therefore, the special election really failed. And if any action has been taken by the administration, or if there's anything on an agenda tonight, or there shouldn't be anything in the future, then it should be pulled back rapidly. It basically just, the charter said the election failed.
Mr. Ward, if I can ask you.
Now, I would say to you, there is no reason for anybody to think that the action of the 5 of you, plus these 2 attorneys over here, were done with the knowledge of the statistics. The city attorney is responsible for notifying the commission if something that is being considered as by the commission that it is a violation of the charter. Now, again, just like you, I don't think this 2 attorneys failed to carry out their job on purpose. It was just the same thing. No, everybody thought it was a great idea. And of course, the thing that bothered me before anything was the fact that the resolution that was on the ballot didn't say anything about City Hall or a new library. And I think had you done that, you would have probably gotten 10 times the vote you got. And I think that it probably would have passed, although I don't think the library needs to be rebuilt. One commissioner said, I don't like just adequate, I want the best. I agree with that. In the future, I hope all of you, the attorneys and the commission, anytime that something is on the agenda that relates to the charter, I hope that everybody will research the charter and make sure that the same mistake is never made again. And I hope to hear you officially, when you had a chance to think about it, I hope you will officially declare, due to charter regulations, this election was not approved.
Thank you, Mr. Ward, for that. If I could just ask, Mr. City Attorney, during your report, just confer with Mr. Ward about what section he's referring to and
Sure.
provide us some clarification on
Yeah,
that point?
I believe he's referring to the initiative and referendum sections,
Okay, well,
which are specific to.
let's just confirm with him that that's what he's referring to, and then we can go from there. Thank you for that. Anyone else registered for public comment at this time?
Anyone on Zoom like to speak, please raise your virtual hand. No.
There's plenty. So, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry I missed that with the distraction. There's no one online? Okay. Is there anyone else in the chamber who'd like to address this commission on any topic? If you'd like to, please come forward at this time. Seeing no one in the chamber, we will close public remarks as there's no one else online. No? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let's turn back. I forgot to mention, we do have one special presentation. Not on the agenda for good reason, because it's a recognition of the good work that our city clerk does, and we wanted to acknowledge her and her staff, because it's today, I believe, is Municipal Clerks Week. And so in celebration of the 55th anniversary of Professional Municipal Clerks Week, we have a small proclamation that we've prepared in secret to recognize all of you. That's why it's not on the agenda. And to quickly read, whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of our local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office provides the professional link between the citizens, local governing bodies, and agencies of the government, and because professional clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations, and whereas it's most appropriate that we recognize your accomplishments, therefore myself, Javier Fernandez as mayor, along with my colleagues on the commission, Vice Mayor Bonich, Commissioner Calle, Corey, and Liebman, do hereby recognize the week of May 5th through the 11th, 2024 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week. So let's take a quick picture. Nikki, Jessica, come forward. And thank you for our deputy manager for preparing that item, so, okay. Okay, back to presentations. Is the team from PFM and Mr. River, are you ready? Let's bring up that presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. We're here to present. I have Pete Verona with me from PFM. Sergio unfortunately couldn't make it due to a family engagement. Let me go back. And there you go. So we're going to provide you with just a brief, we did this presentation maybe about 3 meetings ago, regular commission meetings ago. We're here to update some of the information you've asked in reference to what's our capacity if it's not general obligation. So we have some additional information to provide and any questions you may have during the presentation by all means. This was part of the first presentation on the bonds related to our current charter, something that was addressed at the last meeting and a resolution was adopted to make some modifications, just to show you if we were to issue a bond or debt, anything that would require over 1.2 or 1.8, basically anything over $2 million would require a unanimous vote of 5. That's something that's trying to be addressed.
And that, the reason for the 2 references is depending on how we want to read it,
That's
more
100%.
generously or more narrowly.
That's correct. If you want to
Okay.
read it just on general fund or if you want to read it on all funds, that's really the distinction between the 5%. With that, I'm going to let Pete address.
Good evening. I wanted to give a brief overview, and it sounds like you've heard of the general obligation presentations from the past, so this is more a refresher for you all. But the GO bonds, as the refresher, these are authorized by the will of the voters, so these are by voter referendum. And the GO bond is secured by the.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry, Mr. Can we possibly take that outside because we're having a hard time hearing because of the echo. Yeah. Mr. Ward, I'm sorry to make you move. I apologize, sir.
So I'll start.
Thank you.
again.
Please continue. I apologize.
No worries. So the GO is secured by the full faith and credit of the issuing municipality. Usually that's ad valorem taxes, but it doesn't have to be. You can repay GOs with any revenues of the city. So that is one thing to note. The Florida statutes don't limit the debt millage for GO bonds. So unlike the 10 mil cap for operating, you can theoretically be unlimited in your debt millage. It's really, you have to levy whatever it might be to repay the bonds. Now that is distinct from a special obligation bond, which is a direct revenue pledge. Now it can be one revenue or it can be a basket of revenues. So what we reference here is a covenant to budget and appropriate non-ad valorem revenues, i.e. everything except for ad valorems. So of course those non-ad valorem revenues are also used for operations. So we didn't want to show all non-ad valorem revenues being available for debt. So if you see the chart at the bottom of the slide, that chart shows the non-ad valorem revenues from 2023, and then it shows the available revenues, which are after the expenses are backed out, the operating expenses. So we did the calculation for what we believe your capacity would be for that non-ad valorem revenue, and we are calculating about $43 million in capacity. And that is assuming a 30-year bond and at a 5% interest rate, which is slightly conservative for today's market, but not overly so. One more thing to note is that revenue bonds do have a coverage requirement, so you have to have revenues over and above the debt service. And you already have debt that has that requirement, which is 2 times. So revenues must be maintained at least 2 times over the debt service.
Just a question on that side before you go. If you can back up 1 second. So essentially, I mean, you're saying the $2.8 million leverage is $43 million?
That's right. So
Okay.
if you were to do the 2.8 million every year over 30 years, that the capacity for that debt service is the 43 million that we're showing.
But we have existing obligations that require a debt service coverage of 2.0. So should we assume then that we can only use 50% of that capacity in
No,
terms of a new borrowing?
So the coverage requirements in your bond documents refer to the total non-ad valorem revenues. So they're referring to that 17 million number that I'm showing, not the 2 million.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
So, like presented at the last presentation, this just gives you a picture of exactly our existing debt. And currently, our annual debt service, which is principal plus interest plus any fees, is roughly about every year about $1 million, a little just over that. And that's what, now one of our loans is about to be retired, or in about a year retires, which is the SunTrust taxable. And then we have one other loan that is the Chase, which was just a refinance that continues to carry on until 2032 and has a very low interest rate at the current time. One item and again, part of the last presentation, just to recap, our current millage is 3.95, and every tenth roughly is about $248,000. So if you reduce the millage, say, to 3.85, in essence, what you're doing is reducing ad valorem revenues about $248,000. I'm going to let Pete talk about the anticipated debt capacity.
So for the city, we wanted to run 2 scenarios, which we ran a $30 million and $50 million bond, and we wanted to give you an idea of what that looks like in terms of debt service. So what we calculated is for that $30 million bond, about $1.9 million per year in debt service, and for $50 million, about $3.2 million. So one of the things we wanted to point out, and Mr. Riverall just mentioned, is that you do have debt that's coming off the books in the next couple of years. So that'll add to your capacity as time goes on. Another point is that as the city continues to invest in projects and those projects grow, they will add to the tax roll and add to tax revenues. I don't want to focus on that too much because with the increase in tax growth will also be an increase in expenses, so you won't capture that full growth, but it may provide a little bit of extra room. So the slide, if you look at the bottom, the graph there, that we are showing the debt service over that 30-year span for both the 30 and the $50 million.
So what we did was.
Fredo, one quick question for me, I'm sorry. So looking at the prior slide on Ad Valorem, you had $2.9 million leveraging $47 million, here 3.2 leveraging 50. So it's, that $300,000 provides,
Per year.
provides another $3 million of capacity.
Right.
Okay.
That's right.
So what we did in this particular slide is we forecasted the change in fund balance and to see and give you two different perspectives. And again, this is forecasted making certain assumptions that may or may not be correct. I think they were very conservative, and I think we're on target, taking into account some of the development, some of the projects that are currently being constructed, projects that we anticipate being constructed and coming on, and then just taking a normal inflation rate. As you can see, actuals in 2023, which was our base, so we started with that, and then we moved on and we went about 20 years out on our calculations. And just to give you an example, in fiscal year, and I'm looking from the screen, which is a little small, but for, fiscal year 25, we estimated a growth on ad valorem of 7%, 3% on non-ad valorem revenues, and which gave us overall increase in revenue of about 4%. And that's the same idea across the board, but taking different assumptions. And we expect in 2030 some big project coming online, which is going to increase our ad valorem by 10%. Now, like Pete was mentioning, not every increase comes, you absorb that because there are increases in expenses. As we increase our population or we increase density, certain additional expenses must come online. So we took that into account as best we could. And you can see, and then what we did was, so we had a surplus, and you can see in there saying change in fund balance. You'll see where we see growth taking our revenues minus our expenses, our anticipated expenses. And then you'll see there reduction in millage calculations. If that surplus was leveraged at just reducing millage, it would show you how much we could reduce millage by that change in fund balance. And at the same time, we gave you what bond capacity, what that change in fund balance would give you in what is debt capacity. So we provided two different pictures there. They're not mutually exclusive. They're not correlated in any which way. They just give you an idea, and that's only the purpose of that slide or these slides.
That's a complicated slide. I have looked at it for a while with Mr. Riverall. So are there any questions regarding the information there? I just want to give you guys a chance to pause and ask questions here. Maybe only one had a hard time with it then. Okay, we'll continue then. Go ahead. Well.
So, but that's the intent. That was the whole, I just don't want to make it, one doesn't correlate with the other, it just gives you a different pictures on one slide. So you can get a better idea of what possible reductions in millage can be obtained or what bonding capacity would be given based on that. And again, I go out 20 years. And then we have some CIP projects for consideration and reference. There's a lot of discussions on the issues of debt, be it a general obligation or a revenue bond. These are projects that we find to be crucial moving forward in the city's development. And I don't know if you want me to go over each of the projects or if you want me to. And we broke it down into three different categories: parks and recreations, public works, and public safety. And those are the three categories that we're focusing on for to enhance and beautify and just continue to grow the great city of South Miami.
Through the mayor.
You recognize, sir?
So Parks and Recs had $20 million of options, and if you switch over a different slide, so total we have 75 for Public Works, and then for safety we have another 26. So cumulative over $125 million, right, as a wish list.
Correct.
Okay.
That's 100% correct. It's not here, advocating for a bond of $120 some million, just to show you these are needs, how we meet those needs.
Okay.
Questions, colleagues? Madam Vice Mayor.
For any of these capital improvements that we have that are on this wish list, have we considered in putting them on here, what other funds would be available? Or is this just, this is the universe without taking anything else into account?
We're constantly either seeking grants, looking at our different funds, like our Parks Impact Fund for all those, our PTPs. We are constantly.
But
we
just, Mr.
don't-
Raverall, I think the question was,
Is,
is that factored into these numbers? I think the answer, Madam Vice Mayor, is no.
okay,
Okay, so this is
Yeah.
the gross cost. Some of this we could pay out of any number of cash or debt sources, and then the balance will be paid by matching grants that we could procure. Mr. Manager, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just, certainly from the standpoint of, each year, obviously, we would have a wish list. Like now, we're in budget season, we'll be bringing something. So, but we have a certain capacity that's capped, right? So if we were to take on a more ambitious program that would exceed our annual capacity as a pay-as-you-go, then obviously we would have to use some, whether GO or revenue bonds. So these are potential improvements or purchases that would be needed over a period of time that could be considered and eligible for a bond program, of which some of these we may tackle, in the next CIP, but there's going to be a cap to that that'll exceed our ability to take on more of these that will be needed over time.
and do
Obviously, we
we,
don't need all the money year one necessarily. A bond program is scheduled.
and do we know even kind of as a ballpark, what, if, let's say, it's like Commissioner Kaya said, okay, it's $125 million. In any given year, we could cover $1 million of $125 million. Like, what is it that we feel we could realistically do of $125 million?
Madam Vice Mayor, you
as a
mean,
city?
when you say cover, do you mean cover with cash?
Yeah,
Yeah.
either
Cover
cover
with
with
borrowing?
cash or
Okay.
not with borrowing, but like how we've managed so far with covering with cash or getting grants or that kind of stuff. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to get an idea of, hey, our universe is $125 million, and in a 3-year period, we would imagine we'd be able to bite off of this apple $3 million. Because I think it gives us a more realistic picture of what we're really looking at.
So the forecasting exercise is part and parcel of that. It's twofold, is to understand, how revenue and our expenditures are meeting at some point, and what does that allow from a capital investment for that particular year? I'll call it pay-as-you-go versus borrowing. So obviously, that gets assessed by taking a look in a forecast, but there's also a function of what happens to the millage, right? So if the millage is reduced or not. So there's variables to that, of which may impact that particular fiscal year. Any chance that we get to maybe offset this by a pay-as-you-go, we would leverage that. But I think the message is the needs, exceed that ability of pay-as-you-go. So to be able to accommodate more of these things, we would have to borrow to tackle on a taker. We're always going to be limited from as pay-as-you-go approach.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess what I'm trying to get at least in my brain, is if I look at $125 million of stuff I can never afford, I'd be crying on the days, right? So I'm like, realistically, what in last year? What in the last year did we afford?
Yeah, I think if I could just,
yeah.
if I could add to that, I think, so if we can go back to the revenue slide, if we can for a second, the revenue projections. So we've had conversation, I think we have a number of competing goals here, and I thought this was a good way to present the information, so as we go into the budget, we understand how to reconcile those two and try to accomplish as much of both as we can. So we've heard from all the members here that we want to make strides to kind of reduce the millage so that we're more competitive with our neighbor set. So, we are a mill and change above Pinecrest, Cutler Bay, Palmetto Bay, that are similar service profile cities. And they have made substantial capital investments over time that we have not over the last couple of decades, right? So I know we've had some discussion, how do we accomplish both, right? How do we make those investments while we are also pushing the millage to render ourselves more competitive so we can annex or do whatever number of other things we want to do, or just become an attractive place for people to invest and live, or a more attractive place than we already are. So I think this kind of allows us the information based on assumptions related to expenditures and prospective revenues, some of which may not hit. So maybe want to be more conservative than we even have here, and I think these are fairly conservative numbers. But what this shows us is if we wanted to take all of the future growth next year and say we want to reduce the millage, a target could be a millage of 3.4. Or if we said, whatever wisdom we want to take on, non-ad valorem or geo debt, we have up to $22 million of new revenues in capacity to do that and keep the millage flat, right? And so that gives us the range, I think, of policy choices year to year where we can try to accomplish both tasks. So for me, this is a positive sign that we can accomplish both goals simultaneously, invest future revenues in part to get improvements that we want. It may not be the full slate of improvements that we've identified, but working towards a subset that we know we can comfortably underwrite, whether it's through cash or combination of debt, while we're still trying to meet our other benchmark, which is trying to work down the tax rate so that we're, more in line with our sister municipalities that, that we compete for, right? Compete with. So that was my reason for working with, Mr. Riverwall and trying to present this information to all of us so we can have a conversation around those two priorities. I think we all want to invest, but we also want to kind of render ourselves more competitive in our competitive set. And this kind of illustrates what the path could look like in terms of striking a balance between those two competing priorities, from my perspective. Questions? Yes, sir. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Corey.
Go ahead. Oh, Corey. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for putting this together. It looks like you had a lot of fun with Excel here. But I was curious, two questions on it, on the revenue and expenditure side. On the revenue side, your estimates based on the new inventory that we potentially be able to create, was there a specific formula that went into that? And then on the expenditure side, I see the reduction of expenditures. Is that because the assumption is the new inventory would all be commercial, which would cost less to serve? Potentially, is that, I'm just trying to read those numbers right. For the first question would be, formula-wise, how did we anticipate revenue for the city? Because I have seen sharper increases in neighboring cities when they've incorporated commercial.
That is correct. What we're doing is taking an assumption on certain developments that we know that are currently in construction, and ones that we know or anticipate will be coming soon enough. And as far as expenses, because it is, in a lot of cases, at least, we're anticipating apartments or multifamilies, which provides a totally different service level than single-family homes. So we didn't expect exactly the same rate of expenses related to the increase in what was coming in assessed values. So that's correct.
Just to give an example, in terms of our solid waste service, right?
Correct.
Multifamily, it'll be picked up by the buildings and a commercial operator. So while we'll see growth, we won't see a commensurate growth in related expenses. And just to put a finer point on it, what this model assumes is that the increases are really to ad valorem revenue, because that's what we'll see projects come online and provide the biggest jumps. In terms of the non-ad valorem revenues, we've kind of just taken a flat growth number. Those revenues could grow, but I think they're going to grow at their historical averages. Some of them exceed a 3% rate. And you see here an expenditure, I think, line that reflects the need to kind of get to market on salaries, which is kind of, we've now done a salary analysis of our compensation suite for employees, and we know we're under market. So we've got some catching up to do the next couple fiscal years. And then something probably closer to a baseline, which would be 5% in the out years. Is that a fair summary?
And we find that to be conservative.
Yeah.
That was the approach that we used.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Yes, first, Mayor, a comment, and I know you made the comparison for a different reason, but when we compare ourselves to the other municipalities, and I know your point, which is accurate, is to stay competitive. First, Pinecrest, they don't have commercial, but that shouldn't have been granted. They have no low-income areas. They carved out the most affluent area, and the reason why Pinecrest can afford to have a lower millage is because they have large estate homes. And then Cutler Bay, Palmetto Bay alike, they're brand new, relatively new municipalities without the 100-year history that we have, and along with that, the pension obligations. So, though we do have commercial, our millage is, and I've always championed lowering the millage every year, but it's as low as it can be, and it's.
Yeah, and I'm not
aim to be as.
And I'm not.
And
to your point, I'm not suggesting that we get to.
That was just for the public
a
benefit.
2.3 millage.
Right.
I think it's just a conversation about what's our goal going to be.
Right, Pinecrest has no
over the next 10
low-income
years,
areas,
right?
and
Yeah.
so forth.
Yeah.
But thank you, and I wasn't just agreeing with you, Mayor, I just want to provide. little more context. So, sorry, Mr. Riverall, will you go back to the first screen, please? Some simple numbers I want to highlight. Okay, sorry, the second screen. Okay, so every reduction in tenth of a basis point reduction equates to approximately, what was that number, 285,000? Where's that
Oh,
screen?
That's on this slide.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, don't worry.
248,000.
Okay, sorry, so about, let's just say 250,000. Okay, and the debt service let's go back to the debt service, say for
Debt service is
For,
roughly about $1
where are
million.
we, where's the 50 million? No, now what we're currently paying, if we were to assume a $50 million bond.
Okay.
This one right here.
Okay, so that would be 3.2 million. Let's just call it 3 million, right? So that means, and, so 10 base, so that would be, for about,
1.2 extra.
yep, about 41. That means that the millage rate would go up about half a point,
Could be.
right? Or so how much revenue millage rate would go up if we, let's say, on a $50 million bond, and we were to service that with millage alone, how much more would we have to raise the millage?
So 250,000
Right?
with 3.2 million. So 250,000. It'd be like a mil point two, like 1.2 or something.
That assumes we borrowed it all at one time and issued.
Right,
Borrow
I
one time as an
understand,
ad
thank you.
valorem, yeah.
But their interest rate, so that'd be about 1.25 raise, okay. Which is very likely the reality. Right, so, okay, thank you.
I have a question on one of the slides, because I was taken aback by a little bit of the information on the non-ad valorem one, if you can go back to it for a second.
This one?
The capacity.
The capacity one. So I think when I looked at this the first time, we had the $17.5 million in revenue, unadjusted, leveraging $87 million. Is that correct?
Right.
Now we're showing 2.8 million, leveraging 43 million. Seems like a big delta. I can't do the math on the fly that quickly.
So 17, but out of that 17,
So-
we also applied the coverage requirement of 2. So we took the 17 and a half. And then I don't remember the previous slide, but there might have been some other reason we adjusted to make it be.
So
80 million.
my reason for asking is twofold. One, to clarify, really, how did we get to this $43 million number? Because, again, we were showing on the prior version that I think my colleague had seen 17 on 87, right? So I'll get some further clarification on that. But the other question I had is, when we discussed this before offline, we weren't showing just available revenues of $2.8 million a year. We thought so how do we come to this surplus number, is my question, of $2.8 million?
The 2.8 is based on fiscal year '23, the ending of fiscal year. The forecasted revenues, or the revenues that were actually received versus the expenses, is about a surplus of 2.8 million.
Okay, but does that include projects that were slated to be funded that were not funded in that fiscal year?
Correct.
Okay, so what is the, assuming, is that a really representative surplus number, or is it something, my sense of this conversation, as we've been talking about it for the last couple of weeks, Alfredo, is that we have very little surplus. Let's just say it's $1 million, right? In terms of true surplus, what's not encumbered by operating expenses that are funded with those revenues today, right? And so, again, I'm just concerned that we're representing capacity of $43 million in a line item where we may have had in one fiscal year a series of expenses that didn't get incurred because we decided to change the design of a project, et cetera. Again, to my colleagues, I would just want to be clear, I'm not sure that we have $43 million of capacity there. So, I think for the next discussion, if we can kind of drill down and get probably a more accurate reflection of what the prospective surplus would look like. I'm glad to see that we have capacity. I'm just dubious about whether or not it's $43 million.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
So what you're saying is to be conservative, just take the available revenue and take it off, right? So if we can predict it based on $17.5 million, what would be the bond capacity on that? right? So
What I'm saying is that of the $17 million, let's just say that $16 million is spoken for in regular expenses on a recurring basis for either capital or operating costs. And that what we used in this presentation is a number in a fiscal year that has a surplus that was higher than what might be typical. That was my understanding based on the conversation I've had with our CFO. So I just don't want to leave you all with the impression that we've got $2.8 million today on a recurring basis in future years of capacity. So it's probably I'd say, let's say it's, I would guess, just to guess, a half of the number that we're showing. So instead of 43 million, it's probably 21.5 million or $22 million.
So we just back out the budgeted items and then we.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're
All
fine,
right.
yeah.
We do not have a surplus of 2.8 or every year.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
And I'll make your point as well, Mayor, that number that you see, the 43 million, that assumes that 2.8 million holds every year for 30 years.
Yeah.
So certainly, if we have different levels throughout the 30 years, then your capacity will change.
Thank you for that clarification. For the questions. Madam Vice Mayor? No?
Going back.
I will talk to you in depth. It's like, how about this? You know me. I need to be slow and precise.
Questions?
Yeah, through the mayor, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I know Commissioner Lehman spoke about using the consideration of mill rate to pay for the increases. Do we have other opportunities, whether we sacrifice CIP, anything in the operating budget, to pay the mill rate? I mean, we have currently two loans that we're servicing. One's going to come off the books. We can kind of use that for the same and then cover the rest through some type of budgeted, non-budgeted items through the operating revenue. Is that available for us?
There's multiple avenues to take. I mean, you could reduce the millage. Once that comes off the books, you can reallocate that, invest it in new projects. I mean, there's multiple ways. There's not one way. It could be reinvested. In other words, it comes off, whatever that debt service is, acquire new debt using that, and which would offset with existing millage that exists today.
Commissioner, if I may, too, obviously the schedule, I mean, through a life of a bond program, the tranches are issued, over the life of, so you don't have a one-time hit.
shot,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that is smoothed out and spread out over time, and a lot of things happen, ad valorem increases, and other opportunities. So, yeah, we wouldn't issue everything at once.
Sorry, and to further clarify.
Commissioner, you're recognized.
Thank you. If we did half that amount, 25 million, and we're at 3.95, it would be 65 basis points. That would bring us to 4.6. And that's what we have to plan for today. Because when you take out a bond or any type of debt, you have to have a plan to service that debt. And when we don't have a plan, we're just speaking about hypotheticals. If this happens, if that happens, maybe this. So if we were to do it today, it would absolutely be by raising the millage. That's how we would service the bond. And correct me if I'm wrong.
It would depend what projects are front-end loaded. Like some things are a vertical project, right, that would take time to work on a design and then bid it out. And so depending on how front-end loaded it is, if you're doing all purchases of equipment and you're buying $20 million worth of it, yeah, sure. I mean, you're front-end loading. But if your projects are slated over a period of time, 2.5, 3 years, you don't need all the money up front. So that's what I'm saying. It depends what kind of projects you borrow for and at what moment.
So Commissioner, I think
Right, but my point still
Yeah,
stands.
if we went to market today and we borrowed $50, $100 million, yes,
Say 25.
there's not enough growth in the budget today, year over year, to service the debt without an increase. The point of the exercise that shows the revenue model is to say we can, as we grow, what are we going to do in terms of a target for our millage, and what do we plan to do with this revenue, right? We can return it all to the taxpayer through a tax reduction, or we can strike a balance and reduce the millage rate and invest in the many things that people ask us for, improve parks facilities, among others, right? And so I think there's a balance that can be struck there, and there is, based on relatively conservative modeling, the ability to borrow and accomplish both ends.
Right, so the two questions for the commission remain. How much do you take out the maximum amount? How much is the commission looking to borrow, and how does the commission plan to service that debt?
I think the plan is through,
And if it's not through millage, tell me something else, because I keep saying you're gonna have to raise the millage to service the debt. And if you're saying that you won't raise the millage, then make that commitment, and then you'll have to find another way to do that. And the bank's not gonna lend the money either, unless there's a plan in place to service that debt. So if we're saying we will not raise the millage, then we should say that, and then with that, you'll have to give me an alternative way to service the debt.
I think what the modeling shows very clearly is that even with modest growth, we could have a pretty substantial borrowing program. I'm not sure that's substantial enough to meet all of our desired wish list of items, and frankly, there's some items there that are missing. But what it does from my perspective, certainly, what it does do is, and again, there's a difference between getting the authorization to borrow and borrowing. But what the authorization does allow us to do, in my opinion, is to go to Tallahassee and say, we have the capacity, right, to match money, which we don't have today. Because it's very difficult to go hat in hand every year and beg on our hands and knees to get the 1.8 million, and the 3.25 million. We're not showing any match. This would give us, if we took the next step and said we're going to authorize a bond issuance, we'll decide whether we borrow it. If we're fortunate to get another $3 million in subject to SWOR money and we want to take down another $3.5 million, we probably could comfortably service $3.5 million in debt, right? It's not very challenging from what I can see in these numbers. Can we do $50 million without a substantial tax increase today? No. But could we do it in 5 years? Absolutely. I think the numbers justify that. I think that's the plan.
Agree.
Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Not being the queen of the spreadsheet, in the conversations, the one thing that stands out to me is, number one, we have a lot of things we want to do, partly because, as many of us have said, we haven't done anything for a substantial amount of time that is a big enough chunk. So I get that. We're it's like running last and thinking you're first because there's nobody near you. But the flip side of that is we don't want to become, like I mentioned in another meeting, the pickup truck with the money in the back, and as we're driving around, it's just flying out the back, and nobody's paying attention because you're too busy looking through the windshield, right? While you're dropping everything as you go. So I think that while this all sounds really good, and I am 100% understanding that we need to do something, I think we need to have a better plan of how we're going to pay that something, because right now, I have on one side of me someone saying, hey, you're going to raise the millage no matter what you do, and on the other side, hey, we're planning on all of this growth. So I think we need to really look at what the real expectation is before we can jump in any direction saying what we're going to do, knowing that doing nothing is the equivalent of walking backwards.
Further questions? Nope. Okay. Well, I think that's the information we have. Thank you for the presentation. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, on the same topic, completely different approach, I invited the folks from Sustainability Partners here. I know we've talked about looking at different ways to meet different priorities. And so I was fortunate to be introduced to them. And, I know I missed a portion of the last meeting. I know Commissioner Liebman was adamant in part about the fact that, the sale of an asset could be a way to finance improvements. And I agree. I'm loath to want to sell assets, but I thought this was an interesting approach that might allow us in some opportunities not take a conventional debt approach, but begin to address improvements that are more critical from a timing perspective and meet the service needs that we all have talked about. So they have a short presentation. If you could just introduce your name, introduce yourself for the record, and provide us your address, we'd appreciate it. Thank
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jason Hewitt. I'm the Managing Partner of Infrastructure for Sustainability Partners. And I appreciate your time today to talk about another option. So, and we would certainly look forward to working with your financial advisors on this option. So who are we? We're a public benefit company that has been set up to tackle the challenge in funding infrastructure for the United States, for America. So as a public benefit company, it is in our charter that everything that we do has got to be to the benefit of the public. We have a main product that we work with communities just like yours across the country called Infrastructure as a Service. So it's an alternative to kind of traditional debt, traditional finance. And in Infrastructure as a Service, what we're going to do is provide the capital for whatever infrastructure project you need. It may be a bridge, it may be a ballpark. And we do that on a usage-based model. So you said the terms pay-as-you-go. So we really follow a pay-as-you-go kind of model in which we put the capital up. We take the risk for the capital. We take the risk for design. We take the risk for construction. And then once the infrastructure is completed and ready to go and in use, 30 days later, we start billing for it. So if you think about that, we really take a CapEx expenditure and turn it into an OpEx expenditure. We do that for a variety of things. That could be everything from a HVAC system for this building, to a park, to a bridge, to a building, transportation assets, kind of across the board, whatever municipalities need. Our process is very simple, and I think the couple of things that I would like to point out is we really compress time, all right? So if you think about this last presentation that you got, you talked about borrowing capacity, what you can bond, basically what you can afford. So some of the differences that we have is that we don't have those same ratios, but ratios are important for you folks to determine and decide upon what's good, what's good government. We don't have bond covenants, right? So one of the things you heard is talking about covenants, which would be cash on hand requirements, maybe payment reserve requirements and things like that. So we don't have those types of requirements or restrictions. Oop.
I think it's a power issue. Oh, there we go.
All right. And so our steps in our process are really fast, right? So we have a 10-page contract, so very easy for city attorney to review. Typically, a governing body like this determines on a project that they want to do, enter into the agreement with us, and typically about 20 days later, we're funding the project and breaking ground. So comparative to traditional finance, it's incredibly compressed amount of time. And I've got some projects I can highlight to demonstrate, that as well. So, I won't go through all of these, but you heard some of the benefits that I talked about. So we're on par with what Treasury rates are. One of the things that comes with us is that this ongoing relationship. So I talked about the risks that we take on behalf of the community. So I talked about the design risk, so what we design will work. I talked about the construction risk, so we take the risk. There's no payments to us during those phases. And then ultimately, we take the performance risk. So let's use a bridge, for example. All right, so we do a project together, and it's a bridge, and that bridge is no longer able to be used for whatever reason. It was an accident, an act of God, whatever. We actually stop the payment for that bridge. We fix, repair, or replace that bridge, and we start the payment back, right? So that is a mechanism to dramatically de-risk projects. Now, in our model, in our infrastructure as a service model, we own the infrastructure, you use it and operate it until you want to own it. So at any time, you can acquire the bridge or anything else, and that payment that's based on pro rata against the original cost of the project. So some real benefits as far as, why do customers pick us? Well, they like the de-risking of projects. They like the fact that we are on par with bonds. And then the other thing is that if you think about the kind of, dangers in a debt transaction it's easy to look at infrastructure as a one-time transaction and a one-time payment. The reality is that it's not, right? You know that once you put infrastructure in, it requires ongoing maintenance and care, right? And that's the key about infrastructure is it's not a single transaction. And in that list of transactions that was put up, for 30-year money, there's a number of items that aren't going to last for 30 years. right? So what happens in those situations? Well, you know, you borrow 30-year money, you put LED lighting in, and 10 years later, you know, it's got to be fixed, repaired, or replaced, right? But you've got 30-year money that you're doing that with, right? And that creates a scenario in which you've got conflict, you've got to do a CapEx budget, or you refinance and go further, deeper in debt on a longer term. And we've got a solution that keeps that from happening, and that's our infrastructure as a service. So we model in the cost of maintenance, not a profit center for us at all. We model that in, and we make sure that everything is kept maintained, functioning, safe, and reliable. And, you know, I won't go, again, I hit some of these topics here, just looking at us versus traditional ownership. I'm going to skip over that so that you guys can ask me questions. And then, again, kind of our step-by-step customer timeline, really compressing the process. So a couple of customers that I'm going to highlight, Jackson, Mississippi. We're doing a smart water meter project there. We're actually doing more than just that there. If you paid attention to the headlines last year, you noticed that they had a catastrophe in the city of Jackson, could not deliver water, could not make water, and ultimately the EPA and the federal government came in. We're part of that project to help get Jackson back on its feet. We're doing smart water meters and other water-related projects there. The city of Crowley, Louisiana. So I'm from Louisiana. This is in my home state. Crowley is about the same size as South Miami. It's about 15,000, people there. Big history of baseball in that community, and they had really a park that needed love, and put together a plan to do turf fields, right? And their plan was to provide those turf fields for local use, but also to provide those turf fields as an attractant for travel tourism, so travel sports tourism, travel baseball. As a result, 20% increase in sales tax revenue. And for this small community, no, probably not a big deal here, but for this small community, they now have a Starbucks, and that's a direct result. You had restaurants running out of food and things like that. So they're a great customer of ours. They have exceeded their expectations in the project. Customer here in Florida, Sun and Lake District, so very similar size. So it's a community in the middle part of the state. And the first project with them was smart water meters, again, kind of addressing their water and sewer challenges and issues. We're working our way up the distribution line with them, and also doing street lighting and EV charging stations for that community as well. I'll go through these quick. East Aurora School District. So this is a very large school district outside of Chicago. We did about $80 million in HVAC, putting in HVAC into schools that didn't even have HVAC before. This school system got an enormous amount of federal funding and actually bought all of the equipment from us with that federal funding. So essentially, they de-risked their transaction. We did all the engineering, all the design, all the installation, funded the project, and when federal funds came, they were able to exit the agreement. And no penalty on doing that. We do lots of EV fleets and charging infrastructure for government and for public use. Most notably in the state of Hawaii, we provide the EV charging infrastructure and the vehicle for every state agency. So over time, they've got a green mandate to transition to EV vehicles. It's about 4,000 light-duty vehicles that will change over. In addition to that, we do airport infrastructure for the transition to EV as well. So just a handful of our customers across the country that were in the same situation as you guys are. I'll date myself. You look at it, and the tough part of this job is you don't have enough quarters to play the video game, right? So how do you prioritize the community's needs with your budget? And I will tell you, we are a worthwhile tool to explore with your financial advisors. So with that, I'll stop and open the floor to any questions.
Just one question to start off the conversation. Who are your financial backers? Where do you get your money from?
Sure. Great question. So our capital comes from the same entities that are really buying your general obligation bonds and your special purpose bonds. So that's going to be insurance limited partnerships and mutual infrastructure investors. So the same kind of traditional investors that are buying your muni bonds, that's who backs us. If you think about from their perspective, right? So over half of bonds issued never make it to term, meaning that they get refinanced about midway through. So if you're a insurance limited partnership, we got City of South Miami, they're a great customer, they pay on time, and then halfway through you refinance, there's no direct relationship, and they've got to find another place to put their money. With us, this is their viewpoint with us. All right, you got a great customer in City of South Miami. They've got infrastructure needs. Those needs are going to need to be continually upgraded over time, over the next 100 years. So there's an opportunity for us to put more capital to work in a faster, easier way that's conducive and lowers transaction costs for everybody.
Thank you for that. Questions, colleagues? Madam Vice Mayor.
So essentially, you own the bridge.
Yes, until you want to, right? So we own, you operate, you do with it whatever you want until you want to pull the trigger and own it. And it's a 30-day notice. There's another thing that we have, and I missed this, that would be important to know. So we have in our contract what's called a non-appropriation clause, right? So if this governing body doesn't appropriate the money to pay for the infrastructure thing, it's not a default. And why that is important is in situations that we all just went through, a black swan event, COVID is, what I'm referring to. So we had a customer in Mississippi, a water project customer, COVID hit and their revenues dropped, right? So that's a bad scenario, their revenues dropped. But their outflow of payments remained the same, right? So people couldn't pay their bill for whatever reason. So with that non-appropriation clause, the city reached out to us and said, hey, we're in a revenue problem. We need help, right? And we've got these anti-default provisions in our contract that allow us to help without penalty or scenario default. So we actually dropped the monthly payment that was owed to us for about 5 months until revenues recovered and went back. Now, no one had to hire an attorney. There were not additional costs, and that's one of the benefits that are in place. But when that insurance limited partnership, they're looking for that long-dated relationship, for them, that's a blip in the radar. They would rather keep the relationship and be a good partner for your project and for your city moving forward.
Further questions? Commissioner Kaya, yes.
So this sounds great. I think that you stated before that the rates that are being applied to us are treasury rates, roughly?
Yes. You guys would be on par with current treasury rates.
So can you explain the revenue model for the company? Like, if we're borrowing, a transaction costs $6 million to do our soccer fields, we pay a treasury rate, roughly, I don't know what it is now, like 5.5%, 6%, whatever it is. What's your revenue? How do you guys make money as a business?
Yeah, so we're actually paid by the capital partner, so we make 80 basis points. So less than 1% per year is what our fee is. And you guys don't pay us, we're paid by the investor.
That's it?
That's it.
Yes, Commissioner Corey.
Is there a minimum project requirement for you to work with a city, cost-wise?
So we work with lots of small communities and cities, right? And the big challenge that small communities and cities have is that injection of capital, right? So I personally, the smallest project I've ever done was $53,000 for a small community in West Virginia, but it was an important thing for that community. And a lot of the projects that we do end up either generating more revenue or reducing operating costs, right? So if you think about it like, we'll use an LED light. If I put the LED light in, I immediately have savings, right? It uses less power. I get an immediate return on that. Well, what happens if you didn't have to pay for the bulb? I provided it to you, and you still made your return, right? That's what most of our projects, look like. Obviously, maybe more difficult if it's a bridge or things like that, but that's mostly what we do.
Thank you.
Further questions, anyone? So colleagues, I wanted to bring this forward. Thank you for the presentation, Jason.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. I want to bring this forward because this to me seemed like an interesting model that would allow us to meet particularly emergent situations. Speaking of a bridge, we all know we have a bridge that is at 50% capacity because it's structurally deficient. I think for those kind of crisis moments, things that are not in our capital plan, that we find out we've got to step up and address, potentially this is a good alternative to look to provide a solution immediately. I'm not sure it was clear from the presentation, but they have the ability to not only finance the improvements, but design and construct them, which helps accelerate the delivery. So the time aspect of this is interesting. I found their cost model to be equally curious, Commissioner Kaya, on the 80 basis points for the placement of the capital, essentially. And Vice Mayor, to your point, you've had some concerns before. You didn't share them today. I was surprised about when we build this stuff, can we afford to maintain it? Well, they have a solution for that as well. It's at our option. They can charge us an additional fee to make sure the asset is properly maintained in the future, getting upgraded as it needs to be to extend the useful life. So I found this to be a really attractive alternative, and I know that we've expressed some concerns before about the fact that we are on one project on the right side of the dais, from my perspective, that we've supported a huge capital outlay on. This is also an opportunity, if we wanted to revisit how we spend dollars down, potentially they could finance the installation of the fields, and we don't have to take all that money out of cash today using this kind of a model. So I was hopeful that after hearing the presentation, if it made sense to all of you, we could give direction to staff maybe on two fronts, just to kind of test it and see if we want to explore this option. And I'll give you, let me just lay this out and we can get to questions. Number one, on the bridge, I cannot in good conscience let that condition continue for what could be another year and a half until we finally finish the design, permit it, and figure out how we're going to pay for it. I thought this might be a good solution to give the manager direction to look at this as a model to get that improvement done more quickly. We've started the design. They can pick up that process. We can finish it under our existing contract and then try to turnkey the financing and construction of that improvement so the neighbors on 63rd Court can finally have a working bridge that's structurally safe. And again, I would open up to the board if we want to look at the possibility of financing the turf installation and understand what that cost use model looks like. It may be one way to keep $2.5 million in cash on hand and pay as you go using this on a basis that would be cost basis that would be consistent with what we would pay if we were borrowing with conventional debt. That was my idea. If there's a desire to give staff that direction, that would be my preference, just to kind of explore it, get to a point where we can have an initial, is it memorandum of, I think it's MUSA is the, if you can clarify the acronym because I forget what it was called.
Sure. Our contract is called the MUSA. So it's that 10-page contract that I talked about. We can get it to the city attorney for review.
And essentially what that does at no cost to us, no cost recovery on your part that we would owe you, allows us to start that conversation and then define a scope and have them model a cost that we can then choose to execute an addendum on to either pursue those options or not, right? It would require further action. But I just thought we might give staff direction, kick the tires on this and see if it was something that was viable. Yes, ma'am.
Of course, I have questions. So hypothetically speaking, if we were to open this door, would we then be looking at, I'll use two examples of what you just talked about. So we say, hey, we're wild about the idea for the culvert. The culvert cost is, I'm making it up, I don't know what it is, I can't remember. That's exactly what I was gonna say, $2 million. So would we then look at, hey, we've got this much set aside for it right now, I'm gonna say $1 million. So we're gonna borrow $1 million to be able to do this now versus wait until we can figure it out. Would we, first, how would we vote on that? Is that a 3-2 vote, a 4?
I don't know. I was going to give that. So I think there are a series of issues. One is what does the design and process look like in terms of the execution of the actual improvement? The second is I have a whole set of questions around the legal part of this, which is, is this a circumvention of Florida procurement rules? Is there a, in terms of the ownership, right? It's a new asset technically, right? Let's just take the bridge, for example, right? Are we doing an easement to give them the rights to land their bridge on city right-of-way? that would then, when we exercise, if we wanted to buy it back in a year because we had the cash on hand to pay off this obligation in full at no penalty to us, that would terminate by virtue of the fact that title was joined. So there's a ton of questions that I know have to be answered. Today's just informational, but I thought it would be interesting at least to give staff the direction to start to try to wrestle with those questions so we know a few months down the line whether this is something that we can pull the trigger on or not.
I think it's actually a clever idea. My concerns are two. One, that we will start with, I will use the school cameras as the perfect example. When we realized that 4.1 wasn't gonna work, we reworded it so it could become 3.2. You know what I mean? No, well, if we change it from this to this, then we don't need 4.1, we need 3.2, whatever it is. That we don't make this a moving target.
It's not, no, I understand, and this is not, I mean, you know,
'Cause that's a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
choose,
money.
I'm gonna choose not to be, I think you're making a valid point. The point here is not to move the goalposts.
Yeah.
The point is we have service needs today that we can't meet. And I personally, I don't want to look those folks in the face in another 6 months and say, we haven't done anything to move the ball forward on getting your bridge restored, right?
Agreed.
That's the most system critical one, right? The fields was just a way, let's look at, it's really conversation. I think we're, from a timing perspective, going to be able to do that.
Moving money around.
But it would give us a sense of where can we find opportunities to sit on cash? Well, it's advantageous to hold the cash from a return perspective versus deploying our money. So, no, the intention here is, let's give staff, if we think this is an interesting concept to explore, let's have staff execute just this initial agreement, have conversations, figure out the legal issues, because I think there are some here that I don't understand certainly, and that the city attorney needs to wrap their head around as well. And then come back and say, is there an opportunity to finance? I would say the bridge is the real example and the one that, to me, most motivated this conversation. Is there something we can do here that would be faster than if we did it the traditional way?
And are we gonna look at this as more of an emergency kind of
I see
trigger?
this as a bridge to bridges, right? So for example, here we have a situation where we have a bridge that's out, we don't have, it was not on our radar screen that we owned it, right?
Yeah.
It was our responsibility, but we have the problem nonetheless dropped on our doorstep. So this gives us the ability to respond quickly. And should we want to do it on should we be sitting on an extra $1 million next year, right? We could choose to pay it back and reclaim full ownership and the ongoing maintenance as we would with any other asset, right? So I thought the flexibility of the model, the timing and flexibility of it was something that to me was attractive for these kind of emergency situations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
And Madam Vice
actually
Mayor,
pretty
if I can, the path that the mayor's laid out, we follow that path in communities across the country, and I would say 99.9% end up in a unanimous vote to approve if the community wants and needs that piece of infrastructure. So want to make sure that you guys understand and are very comfortable in what we're doing.
Commissioner Liebman, you had a question?
I think you meant covered bridge, Mayor, because you want to cover the bridge. But
Covered
my
bridge?
question, that's a very high percentage, by the way. 99% end up in a unanimous vote. Tell me the closest project you've done to the city of South Miami or any in the state of Florida.
It's probably the Sun and Lakes, which is a variety of utility-style infrastructure, and then next to that would be Jacksonville University. We're doing a number of water and student-related projects over in Jacksonville. So we're relatively new to the state.
So a public utility, and then Jacksonville is public?
It's a
Jacksonville
private
University? Oh, it's
university,
private.
but we
So it's
treat-
not,
We treat schools the same.
right, but the procurement process wouldn't be the same for a private university.
So if you guys don't mind, we can talk about the procurement process, and it's different everywhere. So I'll just talk about my experience. So my experience with a lot of our customers is, one, they enter into agreement with us, and then we do a joint public procurement for the goods and services. That happens a lot. So you look at it and go, hey, Jason's the capital, we got the capital locked down, let's do our public procurement. Others have procured us through cooperative purchasing, so they use cooperative entities. We've won some national cooperative procurement RFPs for infrastructure as a service and some other things as well. They may procure us through a cooperative purchasing entity. And then others say, hey, you know what, we want to put an RFP out and get RFP out, design, fund, build, maintain, right, for a bridge, and you put that out. So it really depends on, you know, what your legal code allows you to do, and
with
then
you.
also kind of the speed at which you want to, you know,
I'm with
undertake
you.
these.
By the way, love the business model.
Thank you, thank you.
thank
I
you.
didn't create it, but
And thank you, Mayor, for,
No, and I think, you know, the other model is, we do have the right to waive competitive bidding, right? And so I think, I use the bridge example, not something I want to use as a matter of practice, but again, because we do have a rather urgent need there, you know, this might be a circumstance that warrants it. So I think if my colleagues are amenable, what I'd love to do is give the manager direction to at least start conversations on those two projects, just so we understand the model with some more detail, and have the city attorney work alongside staff to address whatever legal and procurement issues that would flow from executing a contract like this.
Through the mayor, real quick, I just
Yes,
have
sir.
one more question.
Please, go ahead.
So you spoke about quarters and the arcades.
sure.
How do you identify what quarters you want to go spend? Like, so why South Miami? Why Jacksonville University? Why Sun and Lakes? Like, what? Because, I mean, the model work. I mean, if it's the model that we're thinking, it works pretty much anywhere. So,
Yes.
like, why this?
So, I mean,
Can I address that? Because it's kind of, so really this comes out of the Bloomberg Cities Initiative, and they're part of that network. My mentor is on the board of the Bloomberg Foundation, and that's how I became aware of this as an option. So full transparency to the board, it's through that relationship that really I became aware of this as an opportunity, and when I saw the possible application here, I thought it made sense. So I wanted to give you that by way of context, but he can answer the question as well.
Yeah, yeah. So I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. So for me I can answer personally. I can't answer for our visionary CEO who said infrastructure is failing across America. But I can answer it through my lens. So several years ago, I had an opportunity to go to China. Had never been before, right? Went there, and what I saw was a country that is investing in its infrastructure.
Correct.
And it's, you know, it's beating us, right? I mean, they've passed us up. And I come from, my grandfather was a Marine in World War II, and that generation came back to America and rebuilt the infrastructure and made us what we are today, right? But if you look at it, you know, you don't have to go very far, you can see that all across America, infrastructure is failing. And why is that, right? The way to fund infrastructure forever has only been really two ways: pay as you go and borrow. And that's it. And it's not really worked that well. But if you look at another sector that everybody has a love-hate relationship with their utility company, that sector has really performed, right? And they get higher rates of regulated, higher rates of return. But if you think about it, utility companies invest in infrastructure, provide services on a month-to-month basis for their customers, and deliver and reinvest and reinvest and reinvest. And that's the model that we copied.
I understand the model. Why us? Like, why the quarters?
So, I live in Louisiana. Like, I get that question asked by small towns because no one goes and knocks on the door in small towns. So why are we here? Because we think we can help you guys make a difference in your community. You've got needs. Every community has needs, and there's just not great solutions that are available.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For our city attorneys, I know that this is a lot to look into, and we have an impending deadline, very important deadline we've worked on for many years with City Hall, and we added another dimension to that this evening. I just want to make sure that remains the priority, or that you have time for both.
I mean, yeah, we'll make time for both, but yeah, we won't sacrifice,
Right,
if that's the
okay.
question.
Okay,
We
thank
won't
you.
Sacrifice the City Hall item.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So yes, Commissioner Corey.
Yeah, and then I just had one more question. In choosing the priority item, I don't know how well this mixes with grant money that we might be asking for any of these projects. So I don't know if we should be considering projects that maybe we don't have as good of a chance of getting grant money, or might not be planning to ask for grant money. I was just curious if
So we do lots of projects in which we're providing the local match as part of the project for both
Okay.
state and federal funds. So I personally have a number of those projects, especially in the water sector, where we provided either 20% or up to 50% of the funds that matches the grant funds. State of Hawaii, we actually operate their NEVI program, which is the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure, program. So for a state of Hawaii, we provide the 20% federal match to the 80% federal funds.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
great, thank you.
Thank you. So is there any objection to having staff potentially work on a preliminary agreement and explore these legal issues?
Do we want them to explore the turf, or do we want to
Whatever,
start with
I just thought those
the
as
bridge?
two ideas. If you have other ideas, you'd want them. I thought the bridge would be
But
the
I
most
think
emergent one.
bridge is a no-brainer
Okay.
And
to look at.
The contract's the same, so
Yeah.
for both.
Just a matter of what their scope would be, the scope they'd be working on.
That's right.
and isn't the turf already in motion?
It is in motion. It's ready to be installed next month. Again, I just want to highlight as a potential future opportunity. Again, I know you guys have had reservations about, again, the capital outlay. I'm trying to be responsive to, all of my colleagues here. And, but I think from a time perspective, probably less practical. I think the bridge is probably the best example of the way this could be deployed to meet a short term.
And a great test.
Yeah. So let's limit it to the bridge then, and we'll see if we get back. No objections, colleagues?
No objection, Mayor. I think that, is it possible that we can change it? Can we use this as an example to kind of go throughout the legal part, understand the contract?
Yes.
And we can change, if we feel, I'll give you an example. If we want to expand septic to sewer, for example, to go into a different avenue, that we can expand on that.
Yeah, look,
I'm just giving you an example.
I just heard something that piqued my interest, which is them being used as a match, right,
Agreed.
alternative. So,
That's why.
look, I think I try not to be an ideologue about these things. I think practically, that is an attractive additional card to have in our pocket as we try to pursue dollars elsewhere. So, yeah, I think I'm just seeing this as an opportunity. Let's find a project to test the model, understand the legal issues, and bring a conversation forward on it. So,
Thank you for walking before we run.
no problem. We're trying.
Look at me, I'm like,
Jason, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
can I just say one thing, having nothing to do with this? I don't think we recognize often enough, and I know I give you a hard time a lot. We don't recognize all of the arrows you take for all of us in person and in email. And so for that, I want to say thank you for always having our
Thank
back.
you. They're not arrows. It's
that.
fun. So I appreciate it.
Your version of fun is very different
Yeah,
than mine.
I'm a masochist apparently. So, but this is all good learning. So, and it's for the better for the Norfolk community. So, thank you guys for indulging me. With all due respect to Mr. Riverall, I want to take some of the business items first. Would you mind if we table your presentation to the end? I know I figured you would not be too displeased by that. So, yeah, very quickly, can I get a motion to approve the minutes of April 16th?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kaye and a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
minutes passed 5-0.
Great. Mr. Manager, if you can give us briefly your report. Madam Manager, welcome.
Brief report. First is the monthly update on the Avalon Bay project. We've been taking photos since October, so I'm happy to report that their last major pour was completed on May 2nd, which was the roof. So you can see quickly the photos. I have the clicker today. So that is the final pour on May 2nd. Their topping out event is scheduled for next Friday. On the event side, you already heard from John Edward Smith. You're all aware this Saturday we invite everybody to shop SoMe. We thank all the businesses that have joined that initiative. So many of them are offering 10% off all day. After you shop SoMe, head on to SoMe Second Saturdays. We're going to have live music from 5 to 10 p.m. There are several vendors from food to clothing to jewelry to art, and we look forward to having everybody. It's been a labor of love for everybody involved, from the manager's office to communications, community affairs, events at parks, everybody involved. So we're really excited. We hope to see you all there.
Thank you. And I just want to say to Sam and Brandon, I had a chance to walk around with Sam and visit a couple of the participating businesses this weekend, or today, excuse me, for this weekend's event. And I want to congratulate my colleagues and the manager for making this investment in staff. The reception, the feedback from the business owners is incredibly positive. They're grateful that we're taking the time to help kind of lift their profiles and give them an opportunity to kind of bring people into the town center. Very positive feedback on the work they both have been doing. And so kudos to our manager, deputy manager, and team for not only producing this event, but the tremendous amount of goodwill that you're generating on behalf of all of us in the town center. Mr. Lieben?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to piggyback that. I want to further introduce Samantha 1 and 2 now, and they work in tandem together or in concert together. I had chance while I was waiting to meet with our city manager yesterday, because it was a little early, over the agenda, a chance to get to know Samantha, as the mayor pointed out, whose title is Constituent Services Director. So I didn't necessarily realize at the time, I thought that was just for all of our constituents. But in addition, she's our business liaison, which is so important. So we know that areas been pounding this dais for a dozen years, tends to be overlooked, and at the same time, they account for 2/3 of our tax base. So by servicing them, it helps us to keep our taxes low and city services rich. And in addition, she's also helping with events such as the one you've heard mentioned tonight. So I wanted to thank you. And then in addition, I wanted to nominate someone if I can. I know this isn't typical for our next employee, and just speak about them quickly. There's someone who works for Parks Maintenance, and I know I always say our police and Public Works Department are our best ambassadors, and I always feel a little guilty when we have an Employee of the Month, because everyone on our team's phenomenal. But Raul Marrero he's just incredible. He's a pure professional. He is just so thoughtful, and he always goes above and beyond. And after I've been sharing this with staff, I came to find out later he's also a Purple Heart. And he's just exceptional. I've watched him deal with people who are upset when their dogs are, going to the bathroom in parks and so forth. So he's dealt with difficult situations very well. And he's just a fantastic addition to our team. So yeah, I'd like to nominate him.
Thank you.
You got it.
Madam Manager, and thank you for those comments. And we don't often recognize just what a great job parks do. I know we laud our police as being our ambassadors, but the parks staff is really at the front line in providing service. So thanks to them. Madam Manager, just on the report, there was a mention about the permitting issues that still remain open on the septic to sewer conversion project, first phase. I have neighbors that are very eagerly awaiting the start of that project. Just want to get a sense of where we are in the permitting and what we should expect in terms of a timeline.
Yeah, we put Aurelio actually spoke to the engineer of record asking for where we are in the permit process. We're still waiting to hear back, but once that's completed, then we can issue the notice to proceed, and it's 270 days from the notice to proceed.
I just want to know when we're going to get started, in part because, we're going to start with requests for appropriations for next session. And again, the more money that we're sitting on, the more cash we have shown in state accounts, the less likely we're going to get cash for future projects. So I just want to make sure that, that gets started sooner rather than later.
So we started, but like
Yeah.
every project, there's a administrative phase, and so the contractor is submitting some of the required.
I understand the mobilization. I just want to know in terms of, has the permit been finalized, or are there still?
No, not yet, but I don't want to get the impression that the project hasn't started.
Understood.
We're in the early paperwork stage for the contractor to submit the required documents to Miami-Dade Water and Sewer.
Okay.
To then get issued the permit and then start the actual construction. We've had one initial meeting, and we got another one scheduled to keep everybody on task. So yeah, that work has begun. It's just, this is the initial phase that's required in any project.
Okay. If we could just get an update on when we expect that we'll actually be shovel in the ground. Okay, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I forgot to mention another thing. Forgot to mention another thing about Raul. He's also a city resident. Also lives in the heart of the city, so, yeah,
Excellent. Thank you.
you got it.
Thank you, Madam Manager.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney,
Nothing new to report, Mayor.
thank you for that, sir. Colleagues, any quick comments or reports you want to share? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on then. Madam Clerk, on M1, Commissioner Lieben, I want to apologize. I thought this was an at-large appointment of the commission, and so I know I've come to learn that, in fact, you had nominated the person that I'm seeking to replace. Would you like me to take action on that item or not? I just, again, want to be respectful of you. I apologize that I was not aware. Okay, you're fine with proceeding. So if we could read M1 into the record, ma'am.
Yes. E.J. Martinez, business owner, has been recommended by Mayor Fernandez to be appointed to serve on the Town Center Advisory Board as per Charter, Article 2, Section 8A, for a 2-year term ending May 7, 2026, or until a successor is appointed, whichever occurs first. He will be placing Raji Pandey.
Okay.
Need a motion and a vote.
Can I get a motion on that item?
I move the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Kai and a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
passes 5-0.
Commissioner Liebman, thank you.
Thank you.
We have, by my count, 8 consent agenda items. Are there any items that we'd like to pull for discussion? Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to pull any, I just want to make a comment on 1 and 2.
Okay, let's just a poll, and you can make the comments. Which ones do you want to pull quickly?
1 and 2.
1 and 2, okay. Any other items that we want to pull for discussion or comment?
And I'm not questioning them or opposing.
That's fine, it's fine, it's for informational purposes, not a problem.
I just needed an update on number 4 from our city manager.
Okay, so let's-
I needed an update, correct? When we had discussed the buyback.
Yes, so let's do the following. If I can get a motion on items 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and ask the clerk to read those titles into the record.
I'll move all the ones.
You'll move all items 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Is there a
Correct.
second?
Okay, let me-
Second.
Okay.
Yeah, let me.
Madam Clerk, please read those items, and we will call a vote.
Yes, item 3, a resolution approving a proposal and project agreement with Stantec Consulting Services for Safety Action Plan for city roadways in an amount not to exceed $290,000, accepting the award and approving a safe streets and road for all SS4A grant agreement and general terms and conditions with U.S. Department of Transportation for the preparation of an SS4A action plan in amount of $238,400, authorize the expenditure of 20% matching funds by the city in amount of $59,600. Item 5, a resolution approving a combined interlocal and mutual aid agreement between the City of South Miami, the Village of Pinecrest, the City of West Miami, and the City of Coral Gables for the creation of the Interdepartmental Joint Crisis Management Team. Item 6, a resolution approving and authorizing the waiver of certain event-related fees and costs in amount of $2,510 pursuant to Section 15B-6 of the City Code for a special event known as the Juneteenth Celebration, presented by the South Miami Black Cultural Affairs Foundation, Inc., to be held on June 15, 2024, at the Gibson Bethel Community Center. Item 7, a resolution ratifying the purchase of used furniture for the Moby Building Bay 1 in amount of $8,880 and accepting donated furniture and in-kind services from Building Opco LLC, providing for authorization to expend funds. Item 8, a resolution authorizing the city manager to designate a clerk to the local hearing officer for school zone speeding violations enforced utilizing speed detection systems in accordance with Section 316.1896 Florida statutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, we have a motion and a second. If you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Consent agenda passed 5-0.
Thank you. And we had a question, Commissioner Liebman, on item 1. Do we need to reconsider that?
Sorry, number 4, the city manager answered me in an email. I just
You
haven't
did. We'll
seen it
just
yet.
take that separately. Madam Clerk, if you can read item 4 into the record, please.
Item 4, a resolution of the Mayor City Commission of the City of South Miami approving the purchase of new 9mm Glock 47 firearms, optics, and accessories from Lawman's and Shooters Supply, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $58,200, subject to trade-in of 7740 caliber firearms.
Thank you. I think we have a motion by the Vice Mayor.
Sorry. Yes, I'd like to move item 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on item 4, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Commissioner Liebman, you're recognized for your question on item 1.
Yes, so it's just a comment. So what number 1 deals with is crosswalk lights that are in the road that flash. So I love this. I've been wanting this for a long time because number 1, it's public safety, but number 2, it's a tremendous aesthetic, and I believe it tremendously beautifies the area. So I know that that side of US 1 is 2 lanes, and cars are certainly driving faster. But where we have the majority of pedestrians on the other side of US 1, that's where we have the majority of eyes. And there are, I don't know if you've run into this, Samantha, feedback from pedestrians, maybe people walking to work, but I get complaints all the time, maybe more than once a week. So even though it is only 1 lane on the other side of US 1, and even though cars are driving slower, and if nothing else, it improves the area aesthetically. And not just from the ground, it reduces the sign pollution. So I discussed with our city manager, and he made a correct suggestion that we should wait for placemaking. But if there's anything in the interim, and when we do that, I want us to incorporate this and not forget about it, because we're trying to protect our tax base in that area.
Okay.
So
I think it's a good
that's
point.
one comment, and then
Thank you,
maybe
and I-
1 to 2.
Yeah, if I could just
Okay.
piggyback on this item. Mr. Manager, if you could, I know Mr. Smith mentioned the removal of the pedestrian signs. I don't know if you've got some information on that, or whether that was done by the
Yeah.
county or some other agency?
No, that was done some time ago. These were, at first, when he spoke, because he was speaking Italian, I didn't really understand when. No, I just
We were all
I
confused.
didn't connect, but staff briefed me on that these were, John Edward, if I'm saying this incorrectly, these signs that were in the middle of the lane, if you will.
Yeah.
Is that correct? The ones that are these plastic middle of the lane that says, caution. So those were getting hit repeatedly, so apparently I was told that previously administration had asked to remove them because they were always in bad shape, getting knocked down. So I think that's one of the ones that you're referring to. So that's why they were removed.
I agree with their removal for that reason, but yes, but I think this would make for a good alternative. So hopefully we'll enhance the condition that way. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Yes, sir, you're right.
Piggyback on that again, there's other opportunities as well that we spoke to, that we need to look to in the new CIP coming up. The crosswalk at Brewer Park, there's 62nd Avenue, 64th Street, there's a few of them that have been getting a lot of complaints that are quite frankly dangerous, so we need to address that as well.
And we expect to have a petition from the neighbors on that particular section here shortly, after some constituent meetings today. So thank you for highlighting that as well.
These are the crosswalk lights you see at the airport, which you'll now see on Sunset Drive in front of City Hall.
Okay. With that, do we have a motion on item 1?
Let me read it first.
Please, go ahead.
Item 1, a resolution approving a proposal and project agreement with Kimley Horn and Associates to provide design service for an internally illuminated in-ground pavement marker crossings at various intersections along Sunset Drive between Southwest 61st Court and Southwest 58th Court in amount not to exceed $41,224.
I think there's a motion by Commissioner Lieben afoot.
I second.
Okay. So a motion by Commissioner Lieben and a second by Commissioner Kaya. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Kayet?
Yes.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Thank you. Commissioner Lieben, you're recognized for your question on item 2.
Thank you. So item 2 deals with the culvert. It's a $2 million expenditure. The context is for a long time. It's a significant expense, and there was some debate and gray areas, the responsibility of the city of South Miami or the county. So number 2 speaks to $31,500 for permits for the county. So one thing I asked the manager, which he asked me to bring to the commission, get direction. I don't think it would be too much, that's me personally, to ask the county to waive these fees, considering
Agree.
there was,
Yeah.
some legal debate of whose responsibility it was. We're picking up the $2 million, and I think, it wouldn't be too much to ask them to waive the permit fees.
I suspect the answer will be no, but we should ask them nonetheless.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Again, this might be another project relating back to the presentation we had. We may want to consider that as an alternative, but let's walk before we run. Okay. Is there a motion on item 2, Commissioner Lieben?
I have to read it. Let me read it.
All right. I move the item.
Is there a second? Sorry. She hasn't read item 2 yet. Come on, Madam Clerk.
A resolution authorizing the city manager to expend funds to pay Miami-Dade County permit application and permit fee costs relating to the Manor Lane Culvert Design Replacement Project at Southwest 64th Court over the Twin Lakes Canal in amount of $31,433.
Okay, we had a motion from Commissioner Lieben and a second by Commissioner Kaya.
Yes.
So we're reaffirming those motions and the second. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kayet?
Yes.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Liebman?
Commissioner Liebman?
You have to say yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public here to speak on any item or anyone has an application before us? I'd just like to. We are now through item 8 on the agenda. So if there's any item anyone would like to address, or if anyone has an interest in any of these items, please raise your hand and shout out the number. I'm going to give you permission to shout in the chamber so I can take your item out of turn and hopefully get you out of here and on with the rest of your evening.
Up there.
Yes, sir. Mr. Proctor? Okay, let's, if you could read item 17, please.
Item 17, ordinance first reading, public hearing. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of South Miami amending Article 3 zoning regulations of the Land Development Code to modify provisions applicable to townhouse development, including creating a new zoning district known as RT18 Townhouse Residential, and providing for applicable regulations, providing for corrections, severability, conflicts, implementation, and effective date.
Thank you for that. Mr. Alvarez, if you could please come forward with a presentation from staff. And your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Good evening, Mark Alvarez, the Corradino Group, where this is part of the overall planning rezoning study, and I have a presentation. This is for the townhouse zoning district called RT18. You lost it? And this would be the first reading before the commission. It has already gone to the planning board, and it's not going forward. Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to start quickly with, just go back in time a little bit to the summer when we discussed a lot of the overall concepts for the planning board, and I took 3 slides out of the July presentation just to go over them, because we really are doing what we said we started to do. So one of the main concepts was have commercial and residential form into some mixed uses. The RT18 does allow a live-work, and we are doing that. And the purposes of that were for more walkable communities, to reduce traffic, more viable options economically, more community-scale business, and more housing options. And also, even at the time, we were talking about implementing and controlling the Live Local Act requirements. We also talked at that time about a form-based code. This is probably one of the most detailed codes in terms of its form and its very, very specific and exact massing of the buildings and how they fit into the lots. So we are doing that. We're using this as a transition between main corridors or commercial areas into neighborhoods. It's one of the main premises of RT18 is to create that transition. We are, again, staying away from specific vernaculars because South Miami has a very eclectic context, and we're using the controls of height, building bulk massing, parking, and the streetscape frontages and pervious area. And we talked back then about the live-work concept. It was very important, again, to introduce an economic aspect, small business into the neighborhoods where they belong, where they fit, and to give people who live in a place a way to, in some ways, subsidize themselves by having their office in-home. So RT18 in the section 20-3.1, which is in Exhibit B, goes through the district purpose statements, and it's a rewritten statement that includes the words about transition. It includes the fact that it is essentially a residential category, and the importance of this is that we will be using this category as we remap the zoning map. We will be taking some of the business office and converting that to townhouse. We will be taking some of the things that are very low intensity, but they are commercial, and we are doing that partly to create a better compatibility for the neighborhood, but also we're looking for ways to control some of the aspects of Live Local so that we don't have the state enforcement of controls into our city. So by going to residential, we know nobody's going to touch residential. Right now, those acts affect almost any other use other than residential. So it is residential in its essence. It is providing a live workspace, which is more than a home office. It allows you to essentially take your home office and put it downstairs and have a front door, so you can operate more like a business and people don't go through your living room. It also allows a accessory dwelling unit, an ADU, and to cure any confusions, it is an accessory dwelling unit, and that's the state's Chapter 163, 3177.1, or 1, has the ADU included. The state promotes municipalities to have ADUs. That text is also silent on how they count for density. Many cities, many municipalities have implemented them literally in single family, where they don't increase the density, so you can have, it's like a granny flat, but a little bit more, so you can have it over the garage, you can have it over in your house somehow. We've included this in the text and we are promoting it optionally. Either on the ground floor, you can have the garage only and your storage spaces, or you could have a live workspace if that's what you so choose, with a separate door to the street, or you could have an accessory dwelling unit that you would rent out on your own with a door to the street. All this, the idea is to activate the street, to create a sidewalk presence, and to do something with the first floor and have a very, very compact type of a building that allows a townhouse that goes up. This is basically like a duplex, but a lot more regulations to make it look like an urban townhouse. Use on the bottom, always a door on the bottom, and a door to the top or a door above stairs at the top. It is nominally 18 dwelling units per acre, so it's a fairly dense, for this city, it's a fairly dense residential density. The residential densities for multifamily in the city are 18 and 24. So even with if we had an 18 unit per acre multifamily, this still adds value even over that, because we can allow the ADUs, because we can allow the live work. So we're trying to create more value without necessarily creating giant buildings. At the moment, so this is going forward before our comprehensive plan text amendments. So right now, if this, not tonight, but on the night that it would be passed on second reading, it would allow a rezoning in one of three districts. One would be mixed residential moderate density, which is a fairly limited district around town. It's mostly around Madison Square. It would allow it in MUCR4, or mixed-use commercial residential, which is all of the hometown district, and also a little bit around Madison Square. And then it would also allow the implementation in multifamily residential. Only those three districts for now, but it would be an easy rezoning for anyone who wants to do this before the comprehensive plan amendments. After the comprehensive plan amendments, it would be implementable in the obvious category, which is townhouse residential. But right now and it will be going forward to the planning board in 1 week, I'm sorry. The townhouse residential would be rewritten to include the ADUs, to include the live work, and to be at 18 units an acre. Right now it's at about 8 3/4 units an acre, so it can't accommodate this zoning category, but it's intended to. So to look at the map, the interpretation of that, those circled, the more or less boxed areas are the places where it's applicable upon passing on second reading without the comprehensive plan. It's a few properties along Broad Road. It's all of the hometown area, the multifamily south of the hometown area, some of the other multifamilies behind US 1, and some of the multifamily along 62nd Avenue on both sides, and also Red Road. What we intended to be used for, and this is, and I emphasize this is not before you tonight, I'm just trying to show the intent as we go forward, and we do remap further down the road in the complete rezoning of the city, but all the blue boxes would be the areas where we would intend to implement townhouse zoning. Mostly they're transition areas. They're transition either to commercial, such as in back of Bird Road, south of it, or along Red Road, again, transitioning between the single family and Red Road, and also transitioning on the south side of the hometown district. And there are areas that were actually circled before that are coming out. We have some ideas where we're going to increase the transit supportive district, which used to be called the Todd, will increase that a little bit, so we're creating a boundary around that of townhouse as well. So basically, it's going to be used as a transitional area between single-family neighborhoods, Todd, or neighborhood mixed use, or just more dense, more intense areas. We had brought this to the planning board on the 9th of April, and the planning board, we spent a lot of time. This is a district where the metrics are very important. It's a very exact fit on the lots because of the nature of townhouses. There are duplexes in a sense that are stuck together. Their dimensions are very exact. We're working on a 22, 23-foot width, which means we have to get everything pretty tight. They had some requests as it was written when it went before them. There was a landscape requirement for 35%. They requested that be reduced. We had a lot of discussion about the parking. So the original concept was we would put the parking in back in as many places as possible, and we would put the parking in a garage in as many places as possible. It proves to be very difficult and very challenging to do that in every location, and expensive. So the planning board had asked us to allow one of the parking spaces to be in the driveway, and therefore increase the setback of that driveway to 20 feet. So in other words, now we have a car in the garage and a car on the driveway, and then a sidewalk. We had a limitation to limit the buildings, the largest building to 8 contiguous townhouse units. They asked that be removed. They asked us to re-examine this.
Mark,
whole
if I can, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have a couple questions about the slide.
When you're saying what the changes are, can you tell us, like, reduced landscape requirement from 35%, did they give an idea or use, for me, when you write use 20-foot build to line where garage is to allow for driveway, I understand the concept of what you're saying, but what is it now? Like,
What is
we don't have a
what is in the
comparative.
recommendation? Yeah.
I can just go to the next slide if you
Oh,
prefer.
okay.
To
Okay.
save time, because it's in the next slides. But they asked us to re-examine that whole relationship between when we can use parking in the back of the building. They asked us to include signage regulations for the live-work use. And finally, they asked that we may consider an architectural review because the metrics are so tight on this, that will be up to the commission. So these are the changes. So the changes, which you see on the left, the first column is what was proposed on April 9th to the planning board and the changes that have been made since then. So we did reduce the landscaping, and we increased the building coverage to 72% from 60%. Actually, from 65%, I'm sorry. We decreased the landscape area. We did recognize at the time that was not actually feasible in some of on the smallest of the sites. So it's now 18% with 8% in front, 10% in back. Again, it's very important that we are integrating into neighborhood areas, so we want to have green space on both sides. The 8 contiguous units requirement was removed, and so was the 200-foot limit on total building size. We had a vertical variation, so in other words, the building can't be all one solid wall. That's remained. We've just changed a lot of the details of that, and basically we're allowing the driveway variation to be part of that vertical. So in other words, if you have a 22-foot townhouse, it actually has 2 surfaces at the front. One would be the surface, or we call it layers. We started using the Miami 21 language of a layer that would be the front door and a layer that would be the garage door. I am, with tonight's presentation, when I looked over this again, I realized we required that garage door, by the way we wrote the language, to be in the back, and we want to allow it both ways, because there's 2 interpretations of the townhouse. One is that the door to the townhouse unit be at the ground level here. The other is really a more traditional way where you see the stairs going up and the door is kind of on the 2nd floor, but still comes down to the street with the stairs. And it just provides another way to interpret it. We want to keep it pretty open. So we'll probably make a little change there before the 2nd reading to allow that interpretation. As far as the setbacks, we had again, that, I was addressing that already. The front setback, we changed to allow for the driveway to have 20 feet. That was the main issue there. The initial one had the buildings at about 15 feet. We're now allowing for a full driveway, cars to park in front of the building. And all the green, again, is what I just said, that I'm recommending on top of our own recommendations. It's really an error on my part, that when making that change, the language locked in that the driveway, that the garage would have to be behind the front door, and we want to allow it to go both ways, to allow somebody to have stairs coming to the bottom and a door at the top. Just tweaking some of the metrics, we pulled back this, we had a 10-foot requirement on side setback, interior side setbacks. Looking at the R2, R3, R4, at the R3, R4, or 5, which are the residential categories that most frequently would abut these concepts from the map that I showed you. Those are 7.5, so we thought to measure, again, this is a very tight sort of envelope, so we gave it a little relief and put another 2.5 feet in there, which makes everything work a little better. The parking has been changed a little bit, so what we have when we put the driveways in the front, so imagine 100-foot minimum lot width, we can have 4 units in that, and each unit is 22.5 feet with the side setbacks if it was that building. When we do that, we have a driveway that takes 10 feet. We have a sidewalk that has a green planting area where a car can park on the street. We're using the street parking as allowable towards the parking requirement for these units. So basically, you have to have 2 car spaces on site, one in the driveway, one in the garage, for the main unit. For the live work or for the ADU, we're requiring a half a space. And that's all we get in that envelope of 100 feet on the street when we put the driveways in. We get less spaces on the street. So we've reduced that to a half a space for either one of those. And then finally, the signage. There's a lot of language there. I'll put it in short version. So what we did is we took a lot of the requirements that are in the signage part of the code and replaced them with this, and then referred back to the signage code for some of the things that are more generic and more required for every place in the city. But basically, this is requiring that a live work unit, which is basically a home office with a door. You can have clients come, but we want to keep the signage very subtle. So this comes down to basically a plaque of 2 square feet, 17 by 17 if it's a square, attached to the wall, no backlighting. It could be metal, any kind of permanent material, but not something that's a piece of paper taped to the wall. Or it could be a painted or otherwise permanently colored signage if the door has a transom, a window above the door, or a side light, a window to the side of the door. They could use that, still limited to the square footage. What we don't want is any kind of sign protruding from the wall, any kind of sign hanging over, no backlighting, no special lighting. It can only be lit by a sconce that's architecturally part of the building. That's the short version of all of that. And then finally, just some very, sort of images of what we're going for here. This is where the parking is in the front. This has the version where we would have stairs going up to the main unit, and that's why we want to make sure we still allow that. Right now, the language that's in the document that you have would not actually allow this. We want to make sure that we'd still allow this. When they're stuck together, we allow, and we can have the parking in the back. Not every instance can have that, but say if we did have this along 62nd Avenue, if we had it along Red Road, some of those properties would allow for parking in the back, and then we can have more of a storefront type design on the front without the garages interrupting it. And then finally, in all the studies we've done, we've been looking at how these would look from a neighborhood in their backyard, and we're trying to keep the scale so that we always work with that. So that's what that is, just a study of. And again, that's actually 62nd, where we have the alley to work with, and that's the easiest situation. So We have criteria for evaluation. This code would meet all of those criteria. It's consistent in every way with the comprehensive plan as it is now and as it will be. It's consistent with the code. There's no internal consistencies. It meets state requirements. And we would recommend to approve it on first reading with your comments incorporated. One thing I wanted to make a comment on, we're doing this code as a standalone, and we'll probably do a number of them as standalones. This is the kind of code that really requires its own chapter, so we can put in the diagrams and the pictures and easy charts. So it's very soft comment right now that probably by the end of the study, we don't need to do it for Todd, it has its own section, but we'll have a number of zoning districts that we create that would be well served by those kinds of diagrams. And similar to, if you're familiar with the Miami 21 code, they have an Article 4, which is just a summary of all the zoning codes with the diagrams, the lot diagrams, and it's very, very helpful for people who want to invest in the city, and they can look in one place to see how it all comes together. So we would, in subsequent presentations, I'll probably suggest that again. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, questions or comments?
Got a couple questions.
You're recognized, sir.
Can we go back to the planning board recommendations versus your initial recommendations real quick, please?
Okay, thanks.
And specifically, Mr. Alvarez, I was concerned with the.
Backslide, John.
No, this one works fine, either one. That one, if you go backwards, fine.
Two slides.
Which one?
Left.
The recommendations.
The recommendations.
Keep going back.
Their recommendations.
Their recommendations
Go
were
back.
changed, the check marks.
Can you help me again? Did I?
Go more. One more.
There it is, okay.
One more.
Not that one?
No. Next one. That one.
This one?
Why do you think the recommendations, what was their reasoning from the planning board to increase the impervious area from 65 to 82, building coverage at 72, and landscaping from 35 to 18? That's a big difference. Look, so one of the things that we always spoke about was to have a little bit more green. Miami 21 is not what we're trying to replicate. So, and this is just my opinion, sorry. This is just my opinion.
It's not, trust me, I'm in agreement in some respects.
So I'm not understanding why the recommendations are so harsh on those three aspects. Can you give me a little bit more feedback? And
Yeah.
my apologies, I haven't watched the planning.
No, that's fine. There was a little bit of that they were actually correct in that the 35% was too onerous. When we put the driveways in the front, of course, not including the concept of pervious driveways, we lose the driveway space as green space. When we took many
Mark,
of these.
can I interrupt you for 1 second? Because I'm going to jump on his train here. I watched the whole hearing, and frankly, probably disagree with 50% of what the changes are based on the recommendations. So on that point, why aren't we encouraging, particularly where we're using this as a transitional district that faces a major urban corridor, something that has more of an urban aesthetic as opposed to a suburban townhome or duplex aesthetic? So I think the building setback with a larger setback for the driveway is probably the opposite of what I would want to see. I think the last slide that had the condition that was more that you showed for 62nd Avenue, these lots don't have alleys today, but they do have the ability to create an alley at the rear. It's just a matter of replatting and dedicating that space for that purpose. And so can you kind of tease out why you think that actually makes sense, that recommendation, that change actually makes sense? Because I thought it was kind of counter to the aesthetic that I thought we were trying to initially move towards with this zoning transect, for lack of a better way.
So
Wait, because you were I just want to make sure I follow along with them. Because you were envisioning more of a brownstone looking?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and
then-
so,
okay.
and to that point, I know that you're suggesting that we allow for external stairs. I just came back from Montreal in March. Montreal is like the epitome of
City of external
townhomes,
stairs.
small-scale buildings with external stairs. I will tell you that initially, I did not have a negative reaction to that aesthetic, but I'm not sure that the execution is going to be quite as deft as the one you've highlighted. And so, my other question is, how do we mitigate a poor execution of an external stair? With an internal stair, the building has a uniform facade, it meets the ground, it presents in a way that is controlled. When we allow that stair to be externalized, it could be done very well. It could be done with marble steps up to a second level, or it could be done with something much less attractive.
Pavers.
Yeah. Sorry to jump onto your question, Commissioner Kaye.
No, that's good point.
Yeah, and Montreal is probably the worst example of external stairs, and they're all 100 years old and could never be codified.
But we're not. Again, we're not. There's no
Yeah,
design
not to argue,
aesthetic.
I'm just- it's a funny example, though.
I think it is, and I hadn't thought about it until I drove through it with my son in March after a ski trip, and what I realized is, without any design controls, we could end up with something similar.
So, let's go backwards through the questions. I think on the stairs, it's probably useful to allow the flexibility, but we'll have to introduce, we have to dig into the building code. Building code has a lot of requirements for that, but we'll have to look at it a little more carefully for the aesthetics to make sure that we get something of some quality. Because yes, we put them with the planters on the side and made them look really good. The urban aspect of it, pulling it forward to the road and the alley in the back, I think what happened at the planning board was there was my interpretation is they felt that it was not realistic or buildable and feasible to finance to always have this parking in the back. A lot of the locations where we'd like to put this do have the depth, but somebody does have to assemble all the way to the street, to the corner, so that they can have an access from a side street. And I think the planning board was not convinced that that was necessarily feasible or it would hold back the development of townhouses. So they were looking for something a little more easy to implement if it was just 100, if it was the minimum lot. Without getting in my own personal direction, I liked keeping it more urban and keeping the rule tighter, but I absolutely appreciate where they're trying to go because they want to make sure that something gets built. We are trying to fit a lot of locations and a lot of situations with the same code, and there are some places where, for example, and one of the things when we were doing these models, we used behind Bird Road, 40th Street, because it's one of the hardest places. And that one is very difficult to get the alley in unless you go to the streets, to the side street and can assemble that much. So I think that was the feeling of what they wanted. As far as the green space,
Mark, on that point, if I can interrupt, I'm sorry. If colleagues, if you have questions, please jump in. I think, could we not have a default standard, which would be to encourage the rear condition, but allow them to ask for an exception of some sort to provide front-loaded parking if in fact that condition is not one they can create at a location?
Okay.
But which method though? By variance?
That was my question.
I don't know that I would want to raise it to the level of variance because I don't know that there's going to be any finding of a particular hardship. But maybe some sort of a special exception that has a lesser legal standard might be a way to do this and retain some architectural control over what gets executed as well.
Have we seen that before? Maybe city attorney, you're shaking your head like you've done it before.
And I would just highlight, I think that might be a solution to allowing for the external stairs. Again, we default to a standard where we want the stairs internalized, but we can allow for it based on some sort of additional architectural review or, again, some board approval. Sorry, just a thought.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm hearing is if parking in the rear required, unless they can show, we have to come up with some standard, maybe like a practical difficulty standard where they can't park in the rear, and maybe designate what board would approve that. Does it have to go?
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that when we do these things, I don't need to see every project that gets executed under the standard if it meets the baseline, but maybe if in fact they want to avail themselves of the alternative standards for an execution, it would come here for some sort of site plan approval.
Okay.
That's a variance.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
but
it's not
without
a
the standard.
Without the standard, it could be a variance process, but it has a practical
Low cost.
difficulties, hardship, as opposed to
hardship.
a unique hardship based
Right.
on the lot configuration design, yeah.
Well, I guess my only concern with that, Mayor, I mean, not with that, but like with what we had initially is, I understand what we're doing from an urban perspective, but I do want the green, I don't know how to incorporate a greenage, height restriction on trees or shade requirement that I would want to see. I do not want to see small, when a development's made, I don't want to see a 3-inch live oak at 6 feet. That's not what I want to see. I want to see lush. So, I mean, the idea that we're all doing, or that we've been speaking about as a commission was lushness throughout Sunset, lushness through 62nd, and how do we incorporate that? And I think that's where my problem was with reducing a lot of this landscape. Maybe it's the area and the square footage, that might be fine, but if we can incorporate somehow shaded, lack of a better word, but shade, as a reference, I don't know what the commission thinks about that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the impervious area is pretty high at 82%, as is the building coverage.
Yeah, it's high.
But I think we can have some more conversation with staff about that
Okay.
between readings for sure. And I don't know if we want to have, I think you're proposing a 15-foot setback at the front?
At the front, yeah. It's a 15-foot, no, actually, we just switched that around. The Build 2 became 20-foot, and, well, no. As it's written right now that you're seeing, it is 15-foot. And what I proposed in the green writing was to switch that around, so we would allow.
So the full
the
building
wall
would
to
be
come
set back 20 feet?
Right.
Okay.
15 and 20,
15 for the building, 20 feet for the garage.
right.
So essentially the building would be staggered?
Correct.
Okay, in part, okay.
Pardon me, Mayor, if we default to parking in the rear, unless there's a practical difficulty that's shown, would you want to keep that configuration in the front? Because you no
No, I
longer have
think,
to park in the front.
I would prefer something that's 10 feet in terms of a build to setback. So you do have the chance to have, a tree on private property that provides, or some landscaping at the front that softens
Mhm.
the hardscape, but that's just my opinion.
Is there an easement in these particular areas?
Only one, actually.
So we-
And that's 62nd.
And
we
that,
have one.
another reason why we need that requirement, right? It's not an easement that we can go take care of ourselves. We can do the bicycle bob and start planting trees on there, but it's not something that we want to go do.
Yeah, a lot of the properties where a lot of the locations where we would like to do this do have more than 100-foot depth, but not all of them. Some are at 100 feet. So again, it's been the problem of trying to make this fit for the minimum condition. And when you read these are for the minimum lot dimension. So they're the toughest ones to deal with. I mean, that's really the hardest ones. For example, when it has a residential buffer in the back of an additional 10 feet, that has to be green space. Any additional residential buffers have to be green. But I understand what the mayor is saying, that we could look at it the other way and have the highest standard or a higher standard and then have exceptions. I think we just have to work out whether we want to do those administratively or through a board.
And I would just add into that basket as well. I understood the comments around the continuous building frontage issue. We didn't want to limit it to 8 units. Again, I've seen MG developers, they build beautiful stuff in Coral Gables. It's the full block. I'm not sure we're going to get that execution everywhere in South Miami, for example. I would rather default to the more restrictive standard and require the openings and allow people to present an architectural treatment that may be very acceptable, may in fact render a more beautiful building, but allowing for it as a matter of right essentially could end up with a very massive, unattractive set of townhomes along a street frontage for 350 feet, right? I'm not sure that that's
Talking about 80th Street?
talking about, I'm not referencing any particular condition. I'm just speaking to the theoretical.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, well taken, because we were considering, I think it's still in the TOD and or the TSD. When it comes before you, we're working with a 200-foot width there too. to break up the building masses.
Madam Vice Mayor.
I obviously like the garages in the back because it lends to more interest in the front. I think that saying that you're going to have half of a parking space in the front, especially if you're expecting somebody to come and visit there, is unrealistic. We continue, I think, to say we want less parking and less parking and less parking, but I don't know about you guys, I don't know anybody who's going, yeah, let me have no car. Or let me have one car and whoever visits me can visit me in like a Ford Fiesta, that takes up half a space. But if you have a regular car, don't come over.
Or a smart car.
Yeah.
Right. We
Yeah.
actually didn't mean a
There
smart
you go.
car, and somewhere in the regulations, it suggests that the driveways have to be Siamese so that we have a full space for each 2 units.
Yeah,
because
and
not
so
everybody has smart cars.
exactly. So I think we need to continue to be practical versus whimsical when it comes to parking in our city, because we are not, all of us, 3 steps from the Metro Rail. They've removed actual buses now on 62nd Avenue. This Better Bus Plan has removed buses that service our neighborhoods. So now we have removed buses. Some of us do not live within walking distance of the train, and we're not giving up our cars. So then we're essentially forcing the perfect storm in some of these neighborhoods, and 62nd Avenue is a perfect example of that, where the bus no longer exists, and now we want to give people half of a parking space. So I caution us, and I'd love to see when this comes back again, what we've come up with so that we can at least start to tackle that, because I don't have a smart car.
But Vice Mayor, so I have a question for you.
You're recognized, sir.
Sorry. Through the mayor.
He's taking a page
Sometimes
from
I
my
forget.
book.
So we have parking in the garage and in the driveway. You have 2 spots. They're dedicating street parking half a spot because of the driveway and the width of the.
Yes, but if the
unit.
parking is in the back, which is what we're saying.
No, we would
want as
still,
the
you could
general
you
thing.
could still build a street cross-section that would have parking on the side, parallel parking. So I think what it's trying to make sure is when you build the block, you're building a half spot that's dedicated from each lot, essentially. So you're getting 1 full space. Now, whether that's enough or not, we can have a conversation about that, but that's
Yeah, I know,
just trying to
and it
explain the intent.
was, and we had, if you look at it from April, we had 1 spot. And we've somehow made it half a
No,
spot, and
The
I.
recommendation from planning was half a spot.
No, I understand where it's coming from, and that's why I'm saying if we can, and I think it's actually very clever what you said about having the parking in the back unless we can come up with a reason why they cannot. I think we should be very critical, and I'd love to see what you come up with to make it more than half a spot,
Yeah,
if it's
If the
possible.
parking is in the back, there's 3 per unit, because
Yeah.
you have 2 parallel
Yeah.
to each other in the back, and then 1, and in fact, you can have driveways in the back if you have enough space, so you can get 4 or 5.
So I think it's definitely an interesting thing, because half a parking space doesn't work. I don't know, might work for you guys, doesn't work for me.
Any other questions or comments? And this is a public hearing item, so to open up for public hearing. Yes, sir, go ahead, you're recognized.
Yeah, quickly, I've always wanted more townhomes. I love townhomes, think they're the perfect product. I think there's a void of townhomes in Dade County. We've seen them across the rest of the country and in Broward. And going back, that was the perfect medium for South Miami. They didn't want height, but the fee simple, you own the property underneath you, you can do 3 stories. But the density was ridiculous. Our code before was minimum of 7,500 square feet per townhome. But my question is to you, are these going to be fee simple? I mean, for this project, maybe that's a question for the project, or we're not going to.
It could be executed either way, Commissioner.
Right,
I think
we're not going to legislate.
The
whether
code's
it's fee
agnostic,
simple
whether
or-
it's for sale or
okay.
for rent, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd prefer fee simple, where you own the homeowner owns the dirt, but, okay, thanks.
Mark, my last comment, and we'll open the public hearing. The signage, I mean, it's the size of a paper. I'm not sure it's really that valuable. So my sense would be just to not allow it, honestly. It's my personal preference. I'll throw that out just as a comment. We can discuss on second reading. If we go to the slide where you showed the locations that we intend to use this citywide in the future. The map here, yeah, this is a perfect map. My other concern with this, I know we're trying to immunize ourselves from Live Local, but I don't want to create other issues for property owners. I live in the neighborhood to the south of 80th Street, right? That section north of 80th Street along 57th Avenue is of concern because of Live Local. Have had neighbors speak to me about it, particularly the ones that live in those single-family neighborhoods. But my concern is those are office buildings today. We're going to render them non-conforming by virtue of adopting this text change, right? And so I just want to the city attorney, not really to you, understand that they can rebuild. If we need to build in some, restoration provisions to give them more time in the event there's some sort of act of God or whatnot.
Mayor, just to be clear, are you talking about the areas in blue?
I'm talking about the areas in blue,
Right?
the last two on the rightmost part of the map, the easternmost part of the map.
Got it. Now, nothing is being rezoned by this. This is a new category that's being created.
I understand what we're doing today.
Oh,
I'm
right.
just talking
You're
about
saying
the
if it changes
future
in the future.
application. What my
Right.
concern is, I understand that we're concerned about the conflicts in Live Local, and hopefully with a bill sponsor that's not the Senate president, right, whose baby this was, we'll have the opportunity to have a conversation about these conflicts in the next session. What I don't want to do, I want to be very deliberate, that if we go forward and we deploy it in that location and some others that are zoned RO today, that we're not doing a disservice to those property owners, that they can't reinvest and improve the asset, right? Because essentially they're not allowed to rebuild it, right? I want to understand, and I don't understand what impact it has to the insurability of those buildings. Those are very nice office buildings for the most part. Some have had the benefit of some significant reinvestment. I don't want to preclude owners from doing that because I think that there's a possibility that their rights may be somehow impacted negatively by this change.
So, Mayor, generally speaking, if it's a legal nonconformity under our code, if it gets destroyed, you can't rebuild it. However, Mr. Alvarez and I had discussed a savings clause potentially, where to insert something like that.
We absolutely need one if we're going to do this. Again, it's unfortunate that we're in this position because of what we've done with respect to this one act. But I just don't want that to, our zealousness to protect the single-family neighborhoods, I do not want to destroy the economic value also that is attendant in those buildings, right? And in some way disincentivize the owners from continuing to invest and maintain the physical plant of those assets. Because I know one has made substantial upgrades in recent years, we're hoping, and the one I think further north will as well. I just, I don't know what impacts it has on the insurability of those assets in an already difficult insurance market. If we can tease that out, and this may be an application as bad as the alternative may be, I just don't want to be the one responsible for having put those office buildings in worse economic shape than they are today. Yes, sir.
So Live Local has to be affordable, right?
It does, yes.
Yeah, so I just want you to explain, I don't get it, that address
So what happens is you
on
can.
57th Avenue?
Well, it only has to be 40% affordable, and remember, it's affordable up to 120% of AMI, which,
And those are very successful office
well,
buildings?
they are, but, if you can build a base of 8 to 12 stories at that location, it becomes maybe very
You're
attractive.
talking about the height.
Correct, yeah, the height and the density. They can import our maximum density for anywhere that's a commercial, industrial, or mixed-use category. And so those sites are vulnerable to being used for huge buildings, not huge, but large buildings, particularly.
Sorry, what does that have to do with the townhouse category?
My point is we are talking about changing the category to, in a way, enact a defensive measure against
The
those sites
maximum
being
height
used.
for the townhouse category?
Because it's made residential, it's no longer eligible for Live Local.
Right.
Right now, it has a mixed commercial designation, and so arguably, it's eligible for a Live Local execution.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
No, thank you.
No problem. Yes, sir.
So just in curiosity, in creating this category, it would allow potentially somebody to come forward and use this category in one specific place potentially. Would that happen, that could happen before we sort of choose the zoning for all of those areas? If someone did come forward with one area, could we use that opportunity to do it in all areas on the map, or
Upon upon the zoning code as it is before you now, or with modifications on second reading, passing that map, that comprehensive plan map, would allow someone to apply for the townhouse zone and it would be compatible with the underlying land use. So it would be multifamily residential, mixed use, MUCR4, mixed use commercial residential 4, and mixed residential moderate density, which is a fairly limited
Okay,
land use
so
around
we
town.
would be moving the change in the map for that then?
There's no change necessary on the map. That would just be somebody who wants to apply for a townhouse designation. If they have that
I
underlying
think
on
there's
the
two,
future land use map.
there's two maps we're talking about.
Yeah.
One is today, the future land use map designations that are shown on this slide would allow you to come in and make an application for an atlas change in the zoning map to RT 18. Oh,
RT
sorry.
18.
Okay. Now, there are future land use map amendments that we're going to contemplate that would allow it for the deployment in the areas that were shown on the prior slide.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
So,
Okay.
is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Mark, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll open up this item for public hearing. Anyone who'd like to address this commission on this item, please come forward at this time. If you can have your name and address for the record, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jerry Proctor, attorney, 7600 Red Road. Thank you for moving the item forward earlier. I represent a Brood Development who already has developed and operates mixed-use property in the city, specifically Madison Square. He is looking at a couple of different parcels, one of which he already owns, one of which he doesn't yet. And we're looking at this RT18. We're intrigued. I agree with Mark's description as an urban townhouse because that's really what it is, and I think it's something the city needs. We are still in the process of laying out on at least one of our sites what this would look like and where things will go, where will the building go, where will the parking go, the access, and so on. And that fact, in addition to what I've heard from you, I would hope that you do pass this on first reading, but that you allow at least 4 weeks, if not more, before we come back. Because we have work to do. We want to work with Mark and with the city attorney, which we always enjoy doing. And it sounds like you have a lot of questions too. I don't want to get too far in the weeds on this, but I'm very encouraged at the comments, and it really falls in line with our thinking. We like about 90% of this ordinance. We're concerned about little parts of it that require, instead of having flexibility, they require certain things. Landscaping, 18%. We're okay with that. Requiring 8% in the front and requiring 10% in the rear, which is in the new draft. We don't understand why it's mandating it in a certain place. We may have a situation where we have less in the front, more in the rear, or vice versa. Things like that, and I think it falls in line generally with what you've been saying, and that is you want to have a set of requirements or preferences, and you have another set, which I will call more flexible, where you might have to come to a public hearing. So without getting too far in the weeds, we like what we're hearing. We're not sure if it's going to work. I will tell you one other thing. Coral Gables was mentioned early on. We investigated what they have in Coral Gables. What they have in Coral Gables is 20 units per acre. One of the biggest projects is right across to the north of City Hall. It is very urban. Some of those units are $3 and $4 million. That's not what we plan, but it is 20 units an acre. I think your number is a good sweet spot of 18. We'll probably fall under 18 in what we're looking at so far, but I think the city is on the right track. I applaud the city for looking at it. I think it's needed. There's some work to be done, including by us, and we appreciate your work.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Any other member of the public who'd like to come forward at this time on this item, please do so.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand.
Seeing no one in the chamber and no one online, we will close the public hearing. Colleagues, any final comments or questions or directions to staff? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Move the item.
Is there a second?
Second. Oh, sorry.
No, you can.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Liebman and a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call, if you can call the roll on first reading.
Yes, Commissioner Cayenne,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez,
Yes, and hopefully we'll work on the modifications.
passes 5-0 first reading.
Thank you for that.
Mayor, the second reading would probably take about 4 weeks to get through, as Mr. Proctor had mentioned. Just wanted to give you guys that.
I think that's perfectly advisable in this case.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the chamber who is that item like addressed? See a couple faces that are not typically here, so I want to make sure I'm respectful of your time when we get you out of here. Is there an item you like heard? Thank you, Mr. Parker. How are you? If we can read item 18, please, or you have an item you want to take up?
Well, Mayor, to your point, Dominique in the back is here for item 11.
Okay.
But considering that this meeting's dragging on, and I think that'll entail some debate, and we don't have the information back on the title, if the commission would like, either at this time,
You want
either
to
now or later on, we can defer it.
You want to move to defer to the 21st?
Whatever the commission.
The 21st of this month.
I know, but isn't there some, what is it that we're looking at the 21st, that we had the whole meeting, the conversation at 5:30? Not to overload the 21st, so we have to be really aware of what we're putting on the 21st.
Well, I mean, again, I get this is an equally important project. I just want to give them both their due time, so I mean, we can look at what else is on there, but I know you're eager to move it forward. Will we have the title work by that date, Mr. City Attorney?
And my motivation isn't necessarily the title, we can go forward without it. It's just that this meeting's dragging on, and we still have a long agenda.
Yeah.
and-
I'm hoping we can get through some of
So
these very quickly.
We don't know. It's possible we could have it for the 21st, but there's no guarantee. They told us the 31st, but we've been trying to push them.
Okay.
We think we could have the deed into South Miami by next week. So that's an important aspect of it. It's not the full title, but at least that would indicate whether we fall into a plating exception, which was, I think, one of the
The question I'm more concerned about, or do we have any
restrictions on the
easements on the alley? Yeah.
Not recently. So as of right now.
As of
but
1976.
the computer search
Okay.
has not revealed anything like that.
Okay. Colleagues, what's your preference on that item? Do you want to discuss it or not?
Why wouldn't we let the person who brought it
Okay.
forward be the one? I'm.
No, I'm asking.
to
I'm
Okay,
that.
then we'll just keep going. I was just
Okay, that's
discussing
fine.
it, suggesting it for the sake of time more than the,
We'll try to move forward more quickly today. I apologize.
no, it's not you
Okay.
at all.
Okay, so we have someone here on item 18. Is anyone else in any other items, just so I'm aware? Okay, seeing no one else, item 11.
Dominique's here for 11.
Okay, so let's take 11 up. And,
Or 18, do 18 first.
okay,
Whatever you want.
we'll read item 18, please, for the record.
18. Item 18, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Administration and City Government, Article 3, Boards and Committees of the City Code of Ordinances by deleting sections 2-26.3, Parks and Recreation Board, 2-26.9, Commission for Senior Citizens, 2-26.11, Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and 2-26.13, Audit Committee, to abolish the aforementioned boards and committees.
Okay, who's the sponsor of this item? Yes. Madam Vice Mayor, you're recognized to introduce the item.
What I've brought forth today, as a matter of fact, first, I'd like to remove the audit committee from there, because taking it off, if and when we come up to audit in a couple years, we just have to bring it back on. And so doing busy work of taking it off and putting it back on is not feasible for us. So I suggest we leave the audit committee in. But as far as the other ones that are on there, they're boards that have not been used in a while, and I am of the thought process that if we are adding somewhere, we need to be deleting what we are not using. Right now, we've brought forth the board that Commissioner Kai actually has on the agenda for this evening, which I think is great. It's actually talking to where we are today as a community. When we look at I'm going backwards, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, we've tackled in a substantive way so far affordable housing in our neighborhoods by putting it as part of the building process. And so a board that is defunct, has no movement, and is being addressed as part of the way that we do business doesn't need to stay on the books for no reason. The Commission for Senior Citizens, likewise, I think we'd all agree that we are very focused on our senior citizens in our community and doing things for them, but having active team members of the city being the ones that are putting this together means we don't need a commission for it. We actually are extremely active in making sure that our senior citizens are being looked after, having cool things happen for them. Same thing for Parks and Rec. I think we have kind of crossed a hump in a big way, I think, in moving things forward. So if things are defunct and they're not being used and they haven't been used in years, there's no reason for them to be junking up what we look at on a daily basis, both as members of this dais and the offices that have to take care of the paperwork that goes with them. So I am suggesting we get these off of the books because they are not being used.
Further comments?
Yes, or we could roll everything up into the Community Relations Board.
Oh my gosh, no.
That was deserved.
Well, yes, we're going to open up in a minute, sir, so.
It's not a public hearing.
Sorry?
First reading, no.
It's first reading, it's not a public hearing? If you've got a quick comment, I'll entertain it, Mr. Ward, but before that, let me finish up with some comments here, sir, if that's okay. Give me 1 second. Sir, any further, any?
I
Yes,
do.
Commissioner Kaye, you're recognized.
So Vice Mayor, I'm usually of the same thought process, right? If we're adding, we should figure out if something is not being used, we should delete it. In this particular case, though, I do believe that there's a need, and we haven't really paid much attention to it from a commission, from a city's perspective, and collectively as a process.
For which one? Are you talking about one in
I'll
particular?
I'll give you specifics in a second. So, going back, and I took Commissioner Liebman's idea to go to the special needs board, and I went in Coral Gables, and I really wanted to understand like what it looks like. We've been to boards here, and they're we've all been on boards except the mayor.
Calling you out.
You've been on committees in Tallahassee, it's okay.
So, but we've all been on boards, and we've seen how fruitful they could be. And I saw in Coral Gables how if a community really gets together and brings really good ideas, and how the process goes from that community board to the commissioner to the city level, and then how it gets incorporated, it really is a really nice thing, and brings the community together. I think that's what we need. We've all been asking, how do we communicate better with a lot of different people. I've started attending different boards, whether it's the neighborhood board or the green task force, just because I wanted to understand what they're working on, because it doesn't get to us, right? It doesn't get to Commissioner Corey. We hear stuff, right? Like you spoke, and I'll be specific now. You spoke about the which one was it? The senior citizens. We both were today at the Mother's Day at the Senior Citizen Center. And I'm getting a lot of complaints about different things, one or the other. And there's no real committee process-wise to get from their voices to our ears or to the city manager's ears, right? We're not doing that. And I think this is an avenue, and I applaud this, but I think this is a way for us to actually start incorporating some of these boards and doing it correctly so we can hear what our community is saying to us. That's my thought process.
Do you feel that?
Wait, before we have a colloquy, are there any other comments you want to?
I guess I just wanted to add that I just think the city's been going through a lot of changes, even since I've been on the board, from having a newsletter to having an app that connects everybody, from the soon to increase quite substantially density in the city to hiring, marketing, and community outreach. And I think there will be a higher level of engagement in the city. There will be a lot more people interested in participating. And we are, as Commissioner Kaya mentioned, we are products of boards bringing people into committees that move their way up and become much more civically engaged. So, yeah, I do have some reticence about removing boards in areas that I still feel we need a lot more community voice in. And frankly, I think we just need to be improving services in some of these areas. So it'd be hard for me to vote to eliminate the idea of these boards ever existing again. Obviously, we could bring them back if the popularity existed, but we could be a year, 2 years, 3 years away from a lot of these boards becoming active again.
So, Madam Vice Mayor, you had a comment?
Yes, I have a question and a comment, and actually then a question to the clerk. We all, actually, I'll start with Nikki. We all were given lists of boards that we did not have people on, and I'm wondering, did we substantially bite into that apple? No, right? Nobody's, I mean, with the exception of maybe one, we haven't done anything. So that speaks to how we're looking at the boards that are active right now. Number two, I think, and I'm looking at Parks and Rec and senior citizens. We actually have active staff interacting with the people that are using these services daily. If there are concerns, they should be addressed by the people that we are currently paying to do this. The idea that we would have some, at this point, nameless, faceless person who would be sitting on a board addressing this, I find not, I'm trying to find the right word. It's almost counterintuitive to what we're trying to do in connecting our staff with our constituents. And I understand the wanting to have all of these things on the books. There's some things that sunrise and other things that should sunset. Adding to a list without removing something that hasn't been used in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, whatever that number may be, I think is extremely optimistic considering we haven't tackled what we have before us in saying we're going to open other things. It's perfectly fine, and Nikki will continue to keep that list that has 30 things where 4 are active. I just think that we do a disservice when we keep things on the books that are essentially dead and have been for a very long time. If you all want to keep it there so you can keep staring at them every time we get the board list, that's fine. Business-wise, I don't think it's a clever thing to do to add to something that has 50,000 inactive things. We can't get people we know to be on the boards we have now. The ERPB was a disappointing example a couple weeks ago when we couldn't get quorum, so things had to be pushed back. I'll leave it there.
So I'll just share my 2 cents on this. I think I understand the sentiment, and I don't disagree with it, but I think the disservice is in us not prioritizing the community engagement, and criticism of myself in that regard, right? I think it's also incumbent upon staff, and staff, we should embrace these committees as an opportunity to crowdsource ideas, right? Today I had a wonderful conversation with 3 young girls who were 10 years old, and the energy and ideas they brought to a discussion about public spaces is something that we should be encouraging, right? We probably would be good to have a youth advisory committee to give them a platform and a forum to feel part.
Youth commission.
Yeah, to feel they have the opportunity to come and speak and be engaged. In fact, in my opinion, they recognized something that was so obvious that we should all recognize. It's things we should be doing. This was just enhancing public spaces, where they came forward and said, we want to take a public area, that we as a city has neglected for a long time and transform it into what they call the secret garden, right? Through landscaping and other enhancements. So, I feel the same way about these boards. Am I frustrated they're inactive and underutilized? Absolutely, right? I think it is a crime, but it's a crime that we're responsible for in part. I would tell you that I think deleting the Parks and Recreation Board, I don't know that it has exist forever, but I know that the manager and I have been having a conversation as we've been talking about a bond or whatever we're going to do to improve facilities. That should be the platform for soliciting ideas to inform a master plan, which I know that our Parks Director wants to do, right? We should have, beyond ourselves, we should be sourcing ideas from a cross-section of residents who care about recreational opportunities, and that board could be the vehicle for it, right? So I think there's a role for it. I think we need to do a better job of defining the mission and task for these boards and sending that information out and saying, here's what we're looking for by way of feedback. You know, a board we created, which is the Town Center Advisory Board, frankly, in my opinion, has not kind of crowdsourced enough good ideas for us to try to execute. But I think that's what I see as the value of these boards. On the senior citizen front, yes, we have staff working with members of that community, but it's a very narrow cross-section of people that are, for the most part, in 2 buildings or a handful of buildings. And, you know, should we be thinking about a wider, you know, soliciting feedback from a wider complement of people who are seniors in our community about the kinds of services and facilities, physical improvements to the right-of-ways they want to see across the city that maybe aren't being addressed today? It could be another opportunity. Now, we've got to figure out a way to staff these people, staff these boards, right? I mean, staff them finding people to a point. I think staff, I mean, the ideas don't have to come from us all the time, right? We've got plenty of good ideas that can come from staff in terms of not only who can serve, right? They could source recommendations to us. We have to do a better job of sourcing them. But I think the lost opportunity here in sunsetting these boards is that we're narrowing the windows for engagement, formal engagement, that lets people also provide feedback with the benefit of the information that our staff can provide them. So it's not just an observation born of misinformation, but observations and refined ideas born of refined and information coming from the people that do the work to move the city forward every day. That's, I think, the lost opportunity. I mean, I agree. Having it on the books, to have it sit on the books and have them do nothing is a waste. I would like to have more conversation with the, our Green Task Force to understand what they can do to help us move an agenda forward. I'll also say this in closing. We cannot be the only source of ideas for the city to function. And so I think that's how I see boards. We're crowdsourcing ideas. To the extent that we try to absorb all this onto our shoulders, we're taking on a lot more work. We are a part-time legislature and board. And I think, there's a lot of good people that want to contribute and be of service.
Part-time that works full-time.
Part-time works full-time. And I think we want to make sure that we give them a platform and opportunity to do that on the issues they care about. Now, do we need to do a better job to staff them and operate the boards? No doubt. I agree. Because right now what we're doing is a disservice to ourselves and to the community.
Well, and I want to say, it's not just us that have been doing this. Some of these are decades long that have not been used.
I agree.
And I think that we need to, fair enough, you guys want to leave all this on the books. That is definitely a choice, but you are now on record as saying you want to staff them. So it'll be interesting to see how y'all manage.
How we all manage.
No, we.
You don't want to help get some of these boards going?
Steve, I think when we can't manage to get, and all of us are guilty of this, including me, including you, all of us. When we can't get people
and our
to
predecessors.
show up. Yeah, no, but we're not talking about them anymore.
Talking about us. No, I know, but it's not.
We're saying this stuff that's on these books, this and another 4 or 5 of them that have nothing happening, nothing for over a decade, for 20 years, for 30 years. We roll them in and out of this or in and out of that. We put it on, we take it off. That's somebody else's problem already, right? Because we're saying we're better. So if we're better, I want to see us be better. And we haven't managed for us as a group right here to make our selections better in something as pivotal, and I say I'm guilty as well, in our choices for the ERPB, soon to be a whole new acronym. If we can't manage, if we can't manage to staff what we consider the 2 or 3 most important things, I'll be interested to see how we manage these.
Could I just say, I think, and I don't know if we'd be able to do this or not, but given that this is a reflection on all of us, and it's something that, certainly Commissioner Lehman's institutional knowledge could be lent to, some of the work that I've done could be lent to as well. If we could find a way to perhaps workshop this as a way to really look at the boards as a whole and figure out what we want to focus on, have a strategy together on how we're going to do this so that it can reflect better on us, it can reflect better on the city, and we can maybe even hold these boards accountable for getting us these ideas, because I think that is one of the things where we're setting these boards up and we have to make sure that they are giving us their suggestions. And just, the only reason that and I agree with you, and I actually applaud you for taking a step toward fixing this, since we've been talking about it, and this is a step toward fixing it. But I think if it's not looked at comprehensively, we can lose some.
I think there's like, if I can just interject really quickly. I think there's, I think you've highlighted an important point. This is a kind of important call to action, right?
Oh, there's a whole bunch more of them.
No, there are. So, but I think by the same token, these are issues that should be of concern to all of us, right? Having a robust parks and recreation system should be a paramount concern. Making sure that we're meeting the needs of the widest cross-section of seniors in our community should be a priority, right? Addressing affordable housing in the middle of the greatest affordable housing crisis in our community's history should be a priority of this community. Making sure that we are operating with good systems to prevent theft and proper management should be a priority. And so I think, I'm going to take a playbook from my colleague over there on the left. Yeah, there you go, Commissioner Liebman, which is, if we want to encourage participation, right, we should all raise our hand and serve on one of these boards as an elected official. And I think that would, because I think we'd all be hard pressed to say these are not priority areas that we should not have some focus on. And just because they've been areas that have been ignored historically doesn't mean they should be continued to be ignored. So I'd be perfectly willing to take, I very much want to work on, a parks master plan with our staff. I'd be happy to, I think we should amend these ordinances to make the chair of these committees an elected official from this body. So we serve shoulder to shoulder with our constituents on these issues. And I'd be happy to take up and chair the Parks and Recreation
Well, I
Board.
think before you volunteer, you should see the rest of the list.
Okay, well, that's,
Because this is just the first stab at a long
Again,
list.
there are others that, you may want to eliminate that I may frankly agree with you are not as important. But, again, these all may not have a purpose all the time, but there's a temporal purpose for some of these. And there are things that we may want to do that, frankly, would warrant, I think, more citizen engagement. And I know we took the step of creating a donor advice fund at the Miami Foundation around raising money for senior programs. I think a committee of seniors focused on helping us come up with a plan to raise the money and execute it would be a very wonderful thing to charge this commission on seniors with, right? We've not given a platform to raise and pursue funding and recommend how that funding should be allocated for what kind of activities. I think there's a whole lot of stuff that can be done, and I think we should take the opportunity to put our neighbors to work to improve our community. Now, again, I think it's going to require us to lean in, right, and maybe take one of these priority committees by the horns. Correct.
Then I will send you all a list.
And if you do the other, no one will want to join.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
So anyhow, those are my thoughts.
So, Mayor, so what do you think about Commissioner Corey's idea to kind of workshop this and really?
We can. I think, if there's a longer list, which it sounds like there is, then let's, if you go through the list and call out the ones we think are not that important.
I want to touch on some things before I do.
Yeah.
The only thing I shared was a bad joke. Did you want to hear
As long as you're not touching me, it's okay.
Our former Parks and Rec chair? Did you want to hear from?
We can, absolutely.
I don't know, did you want to hear from? Jay? I thought
Mr. Ward, did you want to say a quick word on this item?
Yes.
He was.
And I don't know if you want me to share a quote. Do you remember what you said after you left the Parks and Rec Board, Mr. Ward?
I don't know.
You said it at that podium.
I have to say this, Commissioner Liebman.
You said
I
they
left
never
my
got
hearing
anything.
aids at home.
Oh.
Smart man.
After you took a break from the Parks and Rec Board, you said that very podium, they never got anything done until I left.
Oh, my
Well,
goodness.
the Parks and Recreation Board and the Senior Citizens Board at one time were very effective. I was chairman of the rec committee for 20 years, and the reason I left it was because the politicians were appointing people that didn't know the first thing about recreation, but they supported them in their election, so they paid them off by letting them be on a committee. And we tried for a long time to keep it going. But after a point, they'd appoint somebody and they'd come to the meeting 1 or 2 times in the beginning, but they just liked being told they were on a committee. That was a prestige thing to them. And I can tell you, there are recreation, you could start it easily. And the way we had recreation is that if you don't know something about or you're interested in recreation, then don't come near. But we had a case of where we had people participating in baseball, football, basketball, every track and field, soccer, everything. And we always had parents that would be glad to serve. You'd recommend them, and it's not anybody's fault except former commissioners started patronizing rather than giving the board somebody that really knew what recreation is all about. And you know yourself, if you were appointed a board and knew nothing about recreation, and I agree with the philosophy, if it's not going to, if these committees are not going to function, they ought to be dropped from the books. It's ridiculous to keep them. But I think you could get recreation. I'll bet you go across the street to that old senior citizen building, you'd probably get it again.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
So, Mr. Ward, I actually do the antithesis. I always appoint people who do not support me to boards.
Oh, my goodness.
So, a few things. Thank you, Mr. Warren. Thank you for your service. One is just start off with something positive. I love the idea, and Mayor, I remember when you suggested it, a young commission or young advocates board. But I'm in complete agreement with the vice mayor. I'm all about efficiency. I think government needs a lot more efficiency, a lot more streamlining. We're a small city. Coral Gables has 4 times the amount of the number of residents that we do. And I also, we had an issue come up a couple meetings ago where we were taking 2 defunct committees that hadn't met in decades. And I agree with the vice mayor then too, and really agree with the need for those committees. And we rolled them up into another committee, which if we applied the same burden that we place on the members, the committee itself, we would have had to dissolve the committee, because if a member of any committee misses 2 meetings in a row, they're off the committee. And that committee hadn't met since September. And no one said it best, and this is on the record, it was said at that podium. The chairman of that committee came up in defense of the committee and said, this is a quote, "We do not meet because we have nothing to meet about." It's the chairman of the committee, in defense of their own committee, not even meeting, said, "We do not meet because we have nothing to meet about." The chair said it best. So it begs the question, Vice Mayor, why do we have these committees if the chair of the committee says we have nothing to meet about? In addition to that, we were rolling other committees that were
I think it
defunct
begs the
for
question,
20
do we have
years.
the right chair?
So the other thing I want to say is this is representative government. We here represent everyone. Before them are much more accessible than I am. I've paid my dues, but they couldn't be more accessible. I wasn't joking before, and I said to the mayor, it's part-time, but everyone works full-time. In addition to that, we have a city manager, we have a deputy city manager, and as you heard a couple of us mention earlier, we just hired a constituent services director. So there's so many layers. In addition to that, I always say our police are best ambassadors. They are the most approachable, they're very visible, as our Public Works and Parks Department. We're very accessible. And now we have a lot of new outreach and communications with the app, with the newsletter, with the social media presence. We couldn't be more accessible. I said, Commissioner Kaya, you asked the vice mayor if she was available, you were questioning, I guess, her commitment to boards. I asked you in the previous meeting I said, you want to establish a board? You should be responsible for going to the board. And your response was, I don't have time. So, yeah, I don't understand. You could ask someone else why they should go to a meeting when you said you don't have time to go to a new board that you wanted to create. And I've said that before. Every commissioner, and Mayor, you brought it up, again, should be assigned to a board. And not just to sit on that board, but to report back to the commission. And what you see up here is, and the vice mayor said it, we've had multiple opportunities to appoint people to these boards, and no one has. It reminds me of a child. When you try to take away a toy they haven't touched in multiple years, they say, no, I want that toy, I want to play with that toy. If these boards were important, we could have appointed people to these boards for, I know some of us have only been up here for a year, but there's been plenty of time. And I think it's selfless of the vice mayor, because one of the boards she listed first is a senior citizen board. And I don't think we've ever had a bigger senior citizen advocate than the vice mayor. I think we need to focus on what's important and not create more work and not create more layers. And if we're going to have these boards, then commissioners, and let's remove the planning board or not include the planning board, budget and finance and ERPB, but all the other boards, if it's so important, then the commissioner should be assigned to that board and assigned to report back to the commission. And start there before you start reviving all these other boards. And it should be quality over quantity. Quality over quantity. Before we revive old boards and start new boards, let's see what's going on with, how do we even know what's going on with the Green Task Force? There's no liaison. So let's start there. And then if that works well and the commission wants to spread themselves thinner, then we can start more boards. But if we're not maintaining the boards we have now, and if we're not communicating with the commission, then why would we even consider reactivating boards or starting more boards?
I actually, excuse me, can I say
Go ahead,
something? That's actually not a bad idea. I know which ones I was, thinking, including these, that should be removed. But I think it would behoove us to have us, maybe the clerk can send us an email and say, these are the active boards. And before we start talking about reviving and actually seriously consider removing, we need to see what do we even have? Because right now, the Community Relations Board, I know I've never sat in any of those meetings. I imagine maybe one of us or two of us have visited one of those meetings. The Green Task Force, I've listened to their meetings. I'm not going. Not for me. But you know what? Let's say that there's 5 active boards. There's 5 of us sitting here. We in 1 year have added 2 boards and rolled another one into two into another one. So that's 3. We're not even talking about what existed
Well, we also
before us.
eliminated one. when
No, we didn't we roll it in?
No, the Town Center Advisory Board actually eliminated.
Well, yeah, but we added the other one in its place.
Right, well, there was 2 that got rolled into 1, essentially.
So
Yes.
I think we're trying to kind of like ideate solutions to this
Okay,
here.
so
I do
then-
think that
So then what do we suggest?
I don't know if that's the best solution. There are some unintended consequences of that, of creating bias within the boards because there's a single member in there that's also bringing it to the commission. But like, I do think that I'm still in favor of the idea of us workshopping a way to promote these boards and even for all of us individually to use our talents to staff these boards because it's a reflection.
Why don't we say
So
that at
can
the
I just add this reference, this information point? So I'm actually on our website as a city, looking at the webpage that has the listing of our boards and committees, okay? The Commission on Senior Citizens is not listed. The Parks and Recreations Board is not listed. The Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, not listed. The Audit Committee is listed. And so I think, I think we should go through a process of trying to source people who want to participate. I mean, I can think of plenty of people. I mean, Gonzalo Dorta, who's a lawyer, doesn't reside in South Miami, but has been involved with the South Miami Gray Ghosts for forever. I'd love to give that person a platform. He writes checks to that program every single year. His kids graduated out of football there more than a decade ago. I'd love to give him a platform to work on improving, that program informing what kind of facilities we're going to develop at that park, right? I didn't know, frankly, speaking honestly, that this board even existed.
Yeah, so why don't we do this? Why don't we say that at the next first Tuesday meeting, we're going to look at the list of the boards and how they exist, and we'll talk about what we are possibly removing and what we're reviving and what that means.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm good with
I'm
that.
okay with that as
Nobody
well.
would have been paying any attention if I didn't bring it.
I think, I think it's a good call to action. I will say also, Mr. Manager, I'd like to figure out a way that we can communicate these board opportunities.
They're there, Mayor.
Huh?
They're there.
Huh?
They're there. They're all there on the
Right,
website.
I mean,
So
it's
we have
just
the audit committee, board of trustees, budget, community relations, environmental.
I don't see this, I don't see the senior,
Historic
so I now
preservation,
see
martial
Parks and
orders.
Recreation, my apologies, I made a
Parks,
mistake
Rec,
there.
pension board, planning board, sister city committee, town center, and urban landscape committee. But yeah, I didn't see the senior one.
Or the affordable housing.
Right.
Right.
So I would just ask, Mr. Manager, is there a way for, I mean, how are we soliciting, do we regularly solicit from,
It was in a newsletter, I got like 6 applications that I forwarded to you from the newsletter, from the
Okay.
one time that they put on a newsletter.
I think we should have the audit committee audit our committees.
there you go, exactly.
Goodness. Okay, bueno, let's,
So I think the direction here is, are we tabling this item then?
well, I think we should discuss it at our next,
Okay, so we're going to
5:30
workshop it
meeting.
at the next 5:30 meeting. So if you could schedule this for the 5:30
the
meeting
agenda.
on June, what's the date, June what?
The first meeting in
Okay,
first meeting June.
okay. And we will table this meeting until that conversation's been had.
Yes.
Any objections, Madam Vice Mayor? Okay. And thank you for bringing it forward. No, seriously, I don't have any. We have item 11, we have a constituent here for item 11. Do you want to take that item up? Okay, Commissioner Liebman. Madam Clerk, if you can read Resolution 11, please.
Item 11, a resolution authorizing the city manager to issue a request for proposal for the development of Hometown District Lot B.
I move the item.
I can make it work. I'll second so we can have the conversation.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for personal discussion.
So I just,
Yeah, go ahead, sir. You want to start us off? Please.
I'm sorry, it's a short meeting, so I'm not going to be redundant. Commission, you've heard me before. I'll just say the only thing that for me is non-negotiable in the item is that the money stays on Sunset Drive. I'm just looking for alternative ways to fund reinvestment into that area. And then the history on that is the CRA, in order to make the numbers work, we had to include Sunset Place on that side of Sunset Drive. That money was siphoned off. It didn't go into reinvesting in that area. Little context, that area, or commercial area, accounts for 2/3 of our budget. Will spend their lives trying to create wealth. Once people achieve wealth, which is what that area is for the city, they look to protect that, to preserve it. And we are, in my opinion, not doing enough to protect that tax base and reinvest in that area. We've been dependent on that area, and we've siphoned money out of it, but we haven't reinvested in it. So the whole genesis of this is, even, I know when I was running for office, one hotel, thought it'd be a great driver, which will also help the area and be a stopgap in between the Fresh Market project and Sunset Place, or more of a bridge. But I'm also trying to create revenue to fund the placemaking and streetscape. So which is also, in addition to protecting our tax base, is the most visible and visited area in the city. So, thank you. Everything else is negotiable.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
I actually have some notes so that I didn't forget. I, as everybody heard earlier, have real issues with how we're treating parking in our city. And I understand that on this RFP, it does mention that it has to preserve parking. It has to preserve parking for us and for them, because we can't be siphoning off our parking and thinking, oh, they're gonna park at the parking garage on the corner. No, they're gonna park here, they're gonna park there. When we start thinking about, we now have no overnight parking in our garage, we are basing our decisions on parking in that area on having an overabundance of available parking, but that's just because nothing in that downtown area is working as it should. That lot exists because at one point we needed the parking for that. So to kind of roll ourselves backwards and say, oh, by the way, we're going to build this up and we're going to keep the public parking, but we're not going to have them do the private parking. They can park on the street here, there, wherever, I think is a problem, because we're not building for now, we're building for later. And I don't see any of that happening. I'm interested in, parking studies, what they've said about that area. And I actually got an email, I don't know if you guys got it, from, you did, from Akashi Japanese Restaurant, where they're like, my name is Larry Chi, I'm the owner of Akashi Japanese Restaurant. I've been a proud business owner in South Miami for over 30 years. I understand the city is now thinking of selling the parking lot that our customers have used for many years. I wanted to add my voice of concern. All of our customers use this parking lot, and without this parking lot, I fear our business will be severely impacted. We survived the COVID-19 pandemic and economic downturns, but I don't think we can survive without parking. I would please ask you take this into consideration when you're making your decision. We would very much like for the parking to remain in place, or at a minimum that any new development include the same amount of public parking for local businesses outside of the development. As you move to reinvent South Miami into a better place, please do not forget about the businesses that have remained. We want to be a part of that future too. I don't know them, I've never met them, but reading an email like that, if it doesn't affect you, we're sitting in the wrong seats right now, because they exist, and because they exist, we have a functioning city. Taking away or forcing that parking to move somewhere else, and I say this because we saw it here live and in person. Two different developers, one saying, I've incorporated the parking for the public and for the people who will live there, and another one who said, I am incorporating parking for no one. And the incorporating parking for no one and having us then be the ones that have to figure out how those people are going to park, not to mention the people that are not going to be parking at Sunset Place because they're going to be under construction. So all of those people are going to have to park in our garage. We're seeing the construction people park in our garage, and nothing's even happened yet. So I think we need to be really careful about how we deal with this.
Further comments? Mr. Corey?
I think that concern, and then maybe some other concerns, I would just say perhaps on timing. I think one of the reasons this is up and it's important is obviously we have to find ways to fund improvements in downtown, particularly our placemaking study. But at the same time, I'm a little concerned that this item could jeopardize what's really the most important thing happening in our city right now, which is the development of Sunset Place. And just from a timing perspective, we're looking at potentially putting this RFP out and maybe starting to get some ideas or some people who are interested in that project around the same time we're supposed to be seeing the designs or concepts for Sunset Place, and those potentially getting delayed because of what could come here. And I believe that everybody on this board is their number one priority to move that project expeditiously and to have the best possible project out of that particular lot. And I'm a little concerned just timing-wise that maybe if we are approving this right now, that we could be setting ourselves up for a situation where we're putting two developments head-to-head with each other when we didn't have to. So that's just it's a concern that I have for this. Of course, if I also understand the timing need for this to be done to afford to pay the other improvements that we want to make. So anyways, that's my thoughts.
Commissioner Kaya, do you have any comments?
I stated most of my comments before. I think that timing here is a big deal. I think there's a lot of moving parts to what we want to do in the town center. There's a need for parks. There's a need for development in some of the areas that we're looking to. So I just have a concern that we could go ahead and open, I agree with you, by the way, Vice Mayor, that it needs to include parking. I think parking is going to be a big issue moving forward as we continue to do what we say we're going to go do. So I'm a little hesitant with this particular one. I don't necessarily think this is the right time to go do this, but let's see how this progresses.
So my thoughts, and I apologize, I didn't get a chance to participate in the last conversation on this item. I think, but I appreciate you guys at least considering the things I reduced to writing by way of comments. One is I would like to see the results of the title work, because I think the concerns I have is there may be some old easement that would limit the use of that alley, and it is represented as part of the footprint of this site, at least on the folio. Second, I think it's just important to be clear to the market, if we're going to issue the solicitation, that they know that they're buying a plating obligation as well, which is not an inconsequential time and cost in terms of an investment. More globally, I think we absolutely should require the replacement public parking. I don't think we're going to get 37 spaces. We'll probably get 30 in return. I'm a little concerned about the language as it's drafted that requires that the parking be located on the first floor, because I don't think that necessarily results in the best building for that urban context that is going to be built into. And so realistically, we're going to probably, I think if we wanted to mandate replacement parking, it's going to happen on the second floor, right? Segregated from the private parking that they would provide. That's probably a better outcome for the street. It's probably going to reduce the utilization of the parking, period, by the public, because, again, we know from experience, people don't, particularly women, don't like parking in structured parking garages, right? They prefer what's there, which is a surface parking lot. In terms of the substance of the RFP, the only other issue I'd want to see addressed, is in response to the comment we got from the neighbors, which is what's the transition plan for parking to service those businesses? Because Commissioner Liebman, I applaud your intent to want to introduce a use that would kind of animate and provide more traffic to those businesses, but particularly those businesses, Rice, Akashi, La Pizza, Calamara, thank you very much, I was having a senior moment, that are right at that intersection are going to be hard pressed to park their customers' demand today. And not that the 37 spaces park all that demand, but it's certainly probably the most substantial part of any available parking inventory for those businesses. The rest is illegal parking. Nonetheless, parking they use. So, there's no plan or no requirement incumbent upon the respondent to kind of provide some sort of a transition plan. So I would probably want that by way of a modification. I think we should defer this item to June 18th, okay? So we can have the benefit of the title work. If we're going to get it back to 31st, I would have suggest we put it on the June 4th agenda, but I didn't think that's enough time for staff to kind of review the material if it gets back at the end of the window that they're expecting. That said, I just want to be realistic about what we think the economics of this transaction are going to yield. Probably, it may be that the highest and best use is exactly what we have there, right? And why do I say that? Because we have 37 spaces there that generate $250,000 in revenue for the city. And from what I have seen talking to the prior respondent, which I spent a lot of time talking to, you're probably going to get a footprint that generates 30 parking spaces on an 18,000 square foot lot, which is what they have to work with. And so you have to replace our spaces with at least 30, which would be one floor. If you want to provide parking at a 1-to-1 ratio, if you did 60 units, that's 60 parking spaces. That's 2 levels of parking of an 8-story building, right, with a ground floor that's activated for some sort of either support use, right, or reception use in the lobby. So that's 4 floors that are not income producing, right? That's about 50. Okay, but that's 50% of the base building height, right? So again, the more units you add, the more parking. If we're going to require them to park all that demand, it's going to substantially impair the economics. So, and the last proposal, I'll just finish with this. The last 2 proposals certainly we had one proposer who was very bullish about parking off-site. The main respondent who brought forward the economic proposal was trying to come up with a hybrid. And I think that's just a recognition of the fact if we want to get to any real economics, to your point, which seems to be the motivator of this, we're going to have to accept a hybrid parking solution because otherwise the economics aren't there to justify this. And so, again, I want to be realistic about what we're doing. If I think I have similar timing concerns. I don't think this is the tail that should wag the dog. I think this is a piece we should hold in reserve, frankly. If we want to dedicate money for the downtown, I would say let's figure out to find the $250,000 that the parking lot generates in savings in our next budget, and we can either borrow, right, with that $250,000 and reinvest in the downtown to finance, $3 million of streetscape enhancements. We can do that. That's within our power if we establish the budget discipline to do it. I would prefer to do that than selling the asset or leasing it long term. I think over time, frankly, as the rest of the downtown develops, this piece of property will become more valuable. So, but those are my thoughts for today.
Thank you. I want to speak to a number of these points. So one thing I also didn't mention is that the two other properties are also in play, which I think everyone on the dais knows. One of the owners of the third parcel is here, Dominique in the back, and he was here just to make sure that should a new development go forward, and if I'm not speaking to your concerns, I know you may not understand entirely, just wave your head no, but he wanted to make sure that there would at least be replacement parking for La Pizza. They own La Pizza as well as the Mediterranean restaurant, and the building itself. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. The other thing is we've brought up Sunset Place and that we're focused on Sunset Place, and I met with the city manager. Really appreciate that was one of his concerns, how it would impact that project and what the proprietor of that project's position was. So the proprietor of that project was here earlier. They, more than anything, they want to see a hotel there and a hotel with parking, even though they may plan an additional hotel or some sort of hybrid in their project. They'd still like to see a hotel, and why? Because people who stay in hotels frequent the retailers and the dining and drinking establishments, which would in turn support the ground floor of Sunset Place. But what's most important to the proprietor of Sunset Place is parking, because they're going to have 1,500 employees, and they're going to cancel about, I think, over 650. I don't know if the number's an exact number. I think it's 682, but call it 650 monthly parking pass holders, which the city's going to have to absorb. In terms of the asset being worth more in the future, like nothing's guaranteed, but just assuming market conditions we're familiar with, absolutely it will be. But I've always argued that you put on a different hat when you're in government versus when you're in the private sector. You want to lead, and when you lead, create the private sector, which will follow. And then when you lead, what are you doing? You're creating tax revenue. There's ancillary revenue with sales tax and so forth. And then you're also leading for other investment, which will also generate further tax revenue. And the worst thing you can have, I understand how profitable that surface lot is, and I understand the limitations with the lot, but the worst thing you can have in any downtown, especially one that's urban, become more, ours isn't that urban now, but it will be, but as small as ours, is surface parking lots. And we all complain about the other surface parking lots, but it was just like, and this preceded everyone up here, we used to always complain that the whole point of a CRA is to attract investment and remove slum and blight, and the city was not encouraging development in the CRA with our low height and density restrictions, and we were contributing to slum and blight with the inspection station structure. So my point is we've got to lead. We can't complain about the other surface parking lots if we're not going to do anything with ours. Again, they generate heat, and in this case it generates revenue, but it's certainly not the highest and best used. But what this really comes down to is, yes, Commissioner Corey, you said our number one priority is Sunset Place, but what we've really said our number one priority isn't Sunset Place, it's the revitalization of our commercial area and through placemaking, right, through beautification. Because although there will be plenty, Sunset Place will be a big driver and there'll be plenty of spillover, the placemaking It touches everybody and every business. So we have a plan for the placemaking, but we have no plan to fund it. So it's fine, it's not personal, not any of that. But vote, in place of voting this down, we go ahead and vote it, or postpone it, but find me another way to fund the placemaking. That's what I'm asking of this commission. And even if financing is one option, going to a bond, it's not going to be an easy process. It's going to have to pass by a majority on a November ballot. So, and we're spending a lot of money on this plan, so we don't want that money to go, right, for nothing. So find a way to fund that, or come up with the revenue. Just find another financing vehicle or some other option where we can fund the improvements, because it's, I don't want to repeat it, but just walk down Sunset Drive and look at the condition of the sidewalks and the trees. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, so further comments, or is everyone, okay. I'd like to move to defer the item to June 18th. I don't know, well, actually, we had a motion in a second, my apologies. So do you want to move the item as, oh, you had a second, so it's, you want to, you had seconded the motion to approve, I guess, to approve the solicitation. I don't know if we wanted to, Commissioner Lieben, my only two modifications were, again, to give people more flexibility on the placement of the replacement parking.
Oh, and sorry, another comment to what you said,
Yeah.
Mayor. So number one, the ratio isn't 1-to-1. Maybe it's a more marketable product. Our ratio right now is 3/4 to 1, and then it's to a 1-bedroom, and then it's one spot to a 2-bedroom. And if it's a hotel, there's 0 requirement. So it may not be as parking intensive, right?
It might not be, but I just want to be practical about the fact that parking, the more parking we require on site, the less sellable or leasable square footage is in the building, and so that's going to impact the economics. Again, it's not, I agree, we have to park some of that demand on site, but I think even the most aggressive proposal we got the last time in terms of parking did not contemplate fully parking the demand on property. So, yes, ma'am.
And I just have a question. Instead of deferring and kind of like, because we keep kind of moving this around, if three of us feel like this is not something we want to look at, then
Let's vote it down.
let's vote it down.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, because then we stop kicking the can around. You know what I mean? Not for me, because I've been very clear on.
I'm looking
how
for a
I feel,
funding
but-
vehicle for placemaking.
Through the mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would, but I really do want to understand the title commitment and see what we can actually do with that particular property, and that way maybe we can make it more marketable. So I'm okay with deferring it one more time, so we have that in place, and then we can make a better decision. By that time, we can also, like, there's a lot of ideas that we've had, and I applaud Commissioner Liebman for bringing that out. We do want to look for solutions. There's a lot of different solutions out there, but I don't want to get tied down to this, right? I don't want to commit to an RFQ and RFP process and not really want to go execute it.
Okay.
And that's the way I feel right now.
Would we make a commitment that knowing the title, that we're gonna make a decision and not keep pushing this? Because it's wasting our time too.
It is, that was my concern with this item from the beginning. When the proposal first came forward, was the amount of time it would take to us to work through it. So I share the concern. I'm certainly committed to voting it up or down on the 18th. I would like to have the benefit of the information. It may change my opinion, but I do appreciate your desire to, the last thing I want to do is put something out and make people spend money responding to something, ultimately not to be all that enthusiastic about it. That's not fair to the folks who are going to spend the time and money to actually evaluate this.
All right.
Let me just ask, I don't even know how this works legally, but what if one of the owners of the other parcels here, the restaurant parcel and the former dry cleaning parcel, is not really, they want to divest themselves of that.
It's a mess, yeah.
And there's, right, it's not a positive thing. So what if, how would that work if they agreed? Because then you'd have a bigger footprint for the a very high cost basis, but you have a bigger footprint for the parking garage. What if they agreed to be part of that sale? You can't do that, right? Because it's public-private.
So everyone,
Have to be separate transactions.
I'm sorry, so I want to understand what you're
Just to make it
suggesting.
more attractive.
If we wanted to issue a solicitation jointly with the owners of the
Right?
parcels to the west?
Okay.
I mean,
But it's not, sorry, through the
go
mayor.
ahead.
So I spoke to him as well a long time ago, and I spoke a long time ago to the owners of the dry cleaning. I spoke about this before. My first option was to make an assembly there. and I had everyone conversated, but the dry cleaners is a major part of that assembly.
It's the middle.
It's the middle. So it makes it very difficult to market that. I've looked into it.
Well, that's no longer in litigation,
Well,
right?
I have no idea. I mean, that was a joint venture that went sideways, and
Okay.
the partners were suing each other. I haven't followed the disposition of that litigation, so I don't know.
All right, we'll just defer this.
I mean,
All right, and actually, if you want, you can defer contingent upon the title, and if the title isn't come,
I think actually to your point, I would still like to defer it, but it might be another homework item for council would be to find out what the status is of the litigation that's encumbering the
Dry clean.
the dry cleaning parcel. Because again, I do think there was an opportunity for us to kind of jointly market our piece with the neighboring pieces. We would get something that would be substantially of value to the town center.
Agreed.
And I think much more attractive from a development perspective. So if we could get that information as well, council, we would appreciate it. Okay, would you like to revisit your motion and make it a motion to defer to June 18th?
okay, a motion to defer to June 18th.
Okay, second by the vice mayor?
I'll second.
Just,
Yes,
just for context,
yes, sir.
your rules do not require a second meeting in June. If you were going to have one anyway, then there's no problem.
Oh, yeah,
I'm just
we're not
reminding you of that.
Oh, I'm
This
sorry.
group likes to work, so I mean, we, I don't know. Did anyone have plans to be out of town on the 18th? I'm asking.
Tuesday? No.
I do now.
I do now.
Let's see.
I think you guys should take it off. Everyone's been working really hard, and we're gonna have a lot to do before.
I'll be in
the
town. I
City
will
Hall.
probably ask us to not meet the second meeting in July, because I will not be in town. So if that's one that we have the option of
July
passing.
as well, second week in July.
So I don't know if that's something, but, so, let's, for the moment, let's defer to that item. If not, it can roll over to the first agenda in July, okay?
So we're done with.
So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Cayenne,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes,
Vice Mayor Bonish,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes,
Item deferred.
thank you. What's everyone's pleasure? What item would you like to take next?
Why don't we take number 9?
Number 9, could you read item 9, please?
Item 9, a resolution amending the schedule of fees and fines to set planning and zoning fees.
Thank you. Madam Director, do you want to quickly summarize this item for us and for the benefit of the public?
At 10:43 PM.
At 10:43 PM.
Good evening, Tsunami Carrera, Development Services Director. So the planning and zoning fees were restructured so that we have an application fee, which will cover staff's time, and a cost recovery portion that'll be to pay the consultants that do the reviews. That's basically the meat and bones of it.
Okay, any questions? No questions? Is there a motion?
I'll put forth the motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, a second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on item 9, please.
Yes, Commissioner Cayenne,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman. Yes. Vice Mayor Bonish,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Should we take up item 10?
Yeah.
You read item 10, please.
Item 10, a resolution selecting JRD and Associates for building permit study services, authorizing the city manager to transfer contingency funds for this purpose and to negotiate and execute an agreement for the services in an amount not to exceed $25,000.
Thank you. Madam Director, you're recognized.
So this item is basically, we'd like to do a study so we could make sure that we're in compliance with the state statute on permit fees. I don't think there's ever been a permit fee study in this city, and it was one of the first items that I wanted to take on when I was here, which is to do a proper permit fee study and make sure that the building department is self-funded and has the necessary funds so that if construction goes down, it's not going to be subsidized by the general fund.
Understand. Any questions? Yes, Madam Vice Mayor.
I have a question, and it might be like completely way off base, but would it make sense to find out what our neighboring cities are charging and then see kind of where we land in there versus paying somebody to do the study?
If it was as simple as just what should permit fees be, just in general, yes, but it depends on the volume of work that you have. It depends on the staffing that you have. It depends on what your minimum fees you feel comfortable with as a commission. Do you expect future growth in your single-family residential, or do you expect future growth in your big projects? A lot of cities will have, you know, if you look at their permit fees, they have large projects that are basically funding the entire building department. So the day those big projects stop coming in, there's no way to fund the building department. So I really feel that it's unique to the city and what the city's future growth is. And, you know, are we going to see more big projects? Are we going to see more residential? I mean, what is it that we're going to be seeing? And that'll be part of the study.
And Madam Director, if I can ask by way of follow-up, are we also looking at, and I apologize, I did not scrutinize the scope of this engagement like I have a bunch of the other items. But we've talked about this before. I know you did this similar work in Coral Gables. Are we looking at doing the same kind of cost allocation analysis that you did in Coral Gables? Because part of the exercise is also allowing, you know, in reviewing our permit fees, also seeing what costs we can rightly attribute to this permitting
general
activity
fund,
off of the general fund. So it's also a way to justify the allocation of certain costs that right now may be borne of the general fund that could be paid from the permitting fees. So is that part of the scope?
Yes, he will be interviewing all the departments to see how they, what kind of service they provide or what the cost is of the building department to those departments, like the legal department, how much do we really use the legal department and how much we should pay for that. The rental of the space that we're in, all that should be paid by building permit fees. And right now, we don't know if any of that is really truly being paid by permit fees. And the second thing is that we also want to simplify our permit fee structure. A lot of cities are moving to a cost of construction, and it's a much simpler way of doing permit fees. There's no real exact way that permit fees should be calculated. It just needs to be that it covers the costs of the building department. And that's what we want to do, simplify the permit fee studies, but
Just
make
a
sure that we
disclosure.
are paying to run the building department and then all of the support that we get from the other departments for the building department, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yes,
Commissioner Levy, yeah.
thank you, Mayor, thank you, Planning Director. Not required, no conflict, I just feel more comfortable. The vendor, George Dios, is a good friend. He contributed to campaign when the limits were still low, and I had zero to do with championing this item. So, not required again, there's no conflict, I just feel more comfortable disclosing it.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'll move the motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kaya, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Corey. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Great, if we can read item 12 into the record, please.
Item 12. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of South Miami granting, approving, or denying a request to release a unity of title pursuant to Section 20-5.16 of the Land Development Code for the property located at 6167 Southwest 64th Street.
Thank you. Sorry.
Actually, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So before we start, I would normally read
Read our-
my parts, but I don't believe the applicant is here or online.
Okay.
So it's up to this commission whether they want to hear this tonight or not.
I'd like to move to defer the item because I have questions.
Fair enough.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to defer to the next city commission meeting on the 20, well,
The 4th. I mean,
let's leave it to a date not certain and have the
Sorry,
applicant
Mr.
request the
Lightfoot.
date and we'll re-advertise.
Have the applicant request a date?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And we'll okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
So it's, again, a motion to definitely defer the item.
Correct.
Okay.
Or
Is-
Mr. Lightfoot.
Would you willing to modify your second, Commissioner?
Oh, sorry, certainly, I'll modify it.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and second to defer indefinitely.
indefinitely.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, may I make a comment, or it's better
You-
not to?
You can if you'd like, yes.
Yeah, so I took me a long time, I championed making non-conforming lots conforming because these homes were in tiny lots, and if they were lost to hurricane, fire, termites, they couldn't be rebuilt. And it was a low-income area, and I didn't think that was fair, either whether someone's house or someone's equity. I even argued they had negative value because you could pay property tax on them and not build them. But that was, the whole intent was to create value, make sure you could still build a house in a small lot. But that said, the small lot wasn't by choice. They're uber small at 2,000 square feet. So given the choice 2 or 4, I'm not in favor of reducing a 4,000 square foot lot to 50% of the size.
We'll have that conversation. Let's-
Okay, yeah, I just want to
have similar
Okay,
questions,
thank
sir. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion to defer in a second. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corrigan.
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes to defer.
Without opposition, I'd like to withdraw item 13.
Withdraw.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, but just a quick comment. I had presented the item because we'll deal with this at a later point in time. My intention is to, if we get to a point, possibly bring referendum item for November. That's always been my intention. We'll revisit this at a later point in time. It's not urgent. My concern is everything we do here going forward. Fortunately, I think our charter is set up to preclude us from acting. I didn't want, since I came late, there was a recommendation to amend or limit the dates on which they could be heard. This is suggested that we comply with the state statute, which limits it to a August or November ballot. So it would be 4 times every 4 years where a bond item could be considered, but we'll deal with it in the future. It's not urgent from my perspective. Okay. Item 14, please, if you can read into the record.
Item 14, an ordinance creating the Unique Abilities Board under Section 22-26.7 of the City Code of Ordinances and providing for purpose, composition, and duties of the board and other related matters.
Thank you. Commissioner Kai, this is your item. Would you like to introduce it?
Well, it's a second reading, so nothing changes.
Nothing's changed?
Huh?
There are no changes?
There are no changes.
Okay.
Like I said, I went over to the Coral Gables board just to understand how that board was working. I saw a lot of engagement. They've done a lot of things through that board.
Okay.
I think my heart skipped.
Yeah, it did here as well, so.
He just withdrew it. He withdrew it.
Sorry, Mr. Ward, I withdrew item 13. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Ward. If I'd known you were here, I had asked before if there's anyone here who wanted to speak on a specific item, so I could take it out of sequence, so you wouldn't keep you here the whole night. No, I withdrew it because it's procedurally, it's a de minimis change. Well, it was already approved, sir, at the last meeting. So, okay, well, have a good evening. Sorry to keep you here late. Okay. Item 14, we have no changes.
Let's move forward.
Any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner.
Just
Commissioner
a
Lehman.
question, not a criticism, and thank you so much, Commissioner Kaya, for going to the Coral Gables board. I was suggesting what we sort of broached tonight is, we'll all select a board, but I was speaking with the city manager in our agenda review, and like any other board, we'll be tasked with appointing someone to this board, but I was in the impression that this board was sort of on an as-need basis, right? So is this a board that'll meet regularly, or will?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I mean, we're gonna start building the board up. I have
So we should
commitments from
start it.
10 different people, so I don't know the answer yet to that
Okay.
question.
So should we assemble people now? Should we appoint someone to the board, or
We
wait
gotta-
until
we got-
there's
we-
a need for the board?
We've got to adopt it, and then we can begin appointing people. If that's the will of this board, we need to adopt it, then we can begin appointing people. So I think at this point,
Yeah, we can discuss the details specifically when we have our special meeting, but the idea was to have a 5-person board member. We have the ideas of what specifics we want on there, and yes, it'll be board appointed. That's what we had discussed before.
okay. So do we have a motion? Would you like to move the item, sir?
And it's a public hearing, sorry.
Okay. Okay, so let's call the public hearing. If there's anyone in the chambers who would like to speak on item 14 regarding the creation of a Unique Abilities Board, please come forward at this time. Madam Clerk, seeing no one in the chamber, is there anyone online?
No.
Okay. With that, we'll close the public hearing. Commissioner Kaya, again, would you like to move the item?
Yeah, I'll move the item.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Kaya and a second by Commissioner Corey. Any final comment on the item? Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes. Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Corey,
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish.
Yep.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Item passes 5-0.
Okay, can we read item 15 into the record, please?
Item 15, ordinance comprehensively amending the city code and land development code to restructure the development approval process and the role of the Environmental Review and Preservation Board, including renaming the board and amending its composition, powers and duties, and procedures.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, or Madam Vice Mayor, would you like to introduce the item?
Well, no, I was just going to say, do we have changes from last time to this time?
We do. The changes that were directed were the late-stage coordination review with regard to utilities and the relationship with the right-of-way. We have included, as criteria that they ensure that utilities are coordinated in the location of other buildings, utility and public infrastructure that might impact the right-of-way, basically to give teeth to that. And then, let's see, we have an affirmation from the applicant that basically says that an approval doesn't waive zoning. If something was missed, they're still on the hook to fix it. And lastly, had to do with the membership of the board. At least 5 of the 7 members that would be appointed would come from that list. 2 members could be not from the list, so residents of any kind.
Were those changes to your satisfaction?
Yes, I
Okay.
think they were all common sense.
Any comments from the board on the ordinance? Yes, Commissioner
Yeah, I
Liebman.
just want to say this is long overdue. This has been discussed for a very long time. So I just want to thank the Vice Mayor and Commissioner Kaye. I think they spearheaded this. I know everyone, the attorney, mayor, all contributed. But yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you to both of you. Is there a motion, Madam Vice Mayor?
Open the public hearing.
Sorry, thank you. If any member of the public would like to come forward and speak on item 15, which is an amendment to restructure our land development process, please come forward at this time. Seeing no one in the chamber, is there anyone online, Madam Clerk?
No.
We will therefore close the public hearing. Again, we have a motion by the Vice Mayor,
Second it.
Thank you.
and we have a second by Commissioner Kaye. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 5-0, and we need to extend the meeting.
Can I have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:10, please?
I'll move the motion.
Second.
Okay.
What about the
All
parking
cases.
presentation?
It's going to be 8 minutes,
Okay.
okay?
Or
Okay,
Or
let's,
I'm going to make him sit on a donut the next
we'll
meeting.
give him we'll give him a late. We'll give him a ticket.
no, I have a
Exactly.
ticket
For
for
running
you,
late.
don't worry. All right, so,
All in favor?
aye, okay, let's go.
Okay. Item 16, an ordinance amending section 4-6 definitions, hours of operation of chapter 4 alcoholic beverages of the City Code of Ordinances to allow issuance of revocable permit for extended service hours for alcoholic beverages consumed on premises.
So colleagues, this is the same ordinance we considered on first reading last time. There have not been any changes, correct, Mr. City Attorney? Okay, so we had to remain to the same posture. Any questions we can answer about it? Okay, seeing none, I will move the item. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So a motion by myself, a second by the Vice Mayor. Madam Clerk, this is a public hearing item, so I forgot to call the public hearing. Is there any member of the public who'd like to speak on item 16? This is an ordinance amending hours of service for certain alcoholic beverage establishments. Seeing no one in the chamber, is there anyone online, Madam Clerk?
No.
Seeing no one online as well, we will close the public hearing. We have a motion by the mayor, a second by the Vice Mayor. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye?
No.
Commissioner Corey?
Yes.
Commissioner Lehman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bonish?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 4-1.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Riverall, you're on the hot seat. Almost got out of here without having to give this presentation.
But we had to hear parking.
Yes.
It wouldn't be a night without parking.
Yes. It's already been quite a night of parking.
Everybody, I think, knows Carlos Marenco. Last parking, he's my parking manager, or the city's parking manager.
You made him stay till 11. Good job there.
This is what you get for giving everybody.
He didn't want to,
11 p.m.
Alfredo did not want to go first, so anyhow.
Listen, I'm gonna go through my presentation. Any questions, by all means, please, feel free. I know that it's 11 o'clock at night. I think some people want to go home. I am happy to give this presentation.
He's been looking forward to it for weeks.
So, parking enforcement program. I'm gonna give you a summary of how the program currently is and things that are coming on the horizon, which I think are very important to the program itself. I'm not on. So, parking division, our mission, very simple. Main objective of parking enforcement is to obtain the highest level of compliance. That is why we enforce. We do not enforce to balance the budget. We do not enforce because we like ruining people's days. We don't. We enforce strictly so that we can maintain the highest level of compliance. That is why. If we don't enforce, people won't pay. And there's a direct correlation with that. Just some parking division facts. LAS parking, flat fee, doesn't get a commission. We can issue 1 ticket or issue 100 tickets, the same monthly fee every month. So I want to make that clear because there have been some, sometimes you'll hear some, oh, they must make money off every ticket. No, there is no money to be had other than if they write 1 or 2. They're just doing a good service. It is a 24-hour, 7 days a week, 365-day operation. Our code of ordinances state that if you park in the city on a public space that is designated paid, you must pay. It's 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365. We have enforcement hours, which I'll share with you in a short bit, but the ordinance itself, even if it's 4 in the morning, if you park, you're supposed to pay for parking. Now, we developed a parking enforcement program, which was solicited. We developed this program. How long have we had these hours?
Over 10 years.
Right. I think when I started, it's been tweaked back and forth, but this is what we find to be the best opportunity and the best times to enforce, which it just doesn't make any sense to do it 24 hours a day. So that's why our parking enforcement is Sunday through Thursday to midnight, from 9 a.m. to midnight, and then on Fridays and Saturdays up to 2 a.m. So from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., 2 a.m. Those are our enforcement hours. And again, it's just a cost-benefit analysis of why we run these hours. But it is important to note, if you park in a paid parking space, you are supposed to pay irrelevant of what time it is. Any questions on our enforcement hours? Okay. So parking citation revenue, just I'll give you a brief. In 2018, 660, 2019, as stated there. We've since after COVID, which on October 1st of 2019, Miami-Dade County changed their, for many years, they had the same rates of citations. So expired meter, which is by far the most that we actually write, it used to be $18, now it's at $36. That started on October 1st of 2019. Now what that did was, and that was, all of us jurisdictions that have parking programs must use the clerk of courts. There's nothing, we can't get away from that. Some jurisdictions like Coral Gables has threatened to get out, and when the litigation starts, they come to see that it's no way out of it. So with that said, there are a lot of jurisdictions that said, or have been lobbying for many years to increase the citations, because at $18 in Miami Beach, for example, it was cheaper just to take the ticket than actually to pay in some certain areas. In downtown, MPA suffered the same. But once they changed it for one, they changed it for everybody. So we are under the same fine structure as every other jurisdiction in Miami-Dade County. And some of those fines, again, they took place on October 1st of 2019, and you'll see it went from 18 to 36 on some, 23 to 36, some went from 23 to 75. So those fees and citation and fines, we must follow those. We have no leeway on, if we wanted to, after 8 o'clock, the citation would go down from 36 to 20. Some jurisdictions outside in Florida, outside of Miami-Dade County can do that. We don't have that option. October 1st, 2019, you see that's when the change, when they did make that change, our citations went down. So we used to write 64,000 citations. We're writing, last year we wrote 41,000. So now 2020 it's an anomaly because obviously that's when COVID, and then, it's been.
So I think it's been.
So.
Wait, can you?
We're very efficient.
I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. 41,000.
41,940.
And we're down from a high of what?
64,264.
So the public should know that they're getting some relief.
Well, two things. During COVID, it wasn't just business, it was free parking. And then one thing that's contributed to less ticket writing is the penalty's greater.
Correct, that has. And that took place October 1st of 2019, which was fiscal year 20.
I get 41,000 in a calendar year, 365-day year?
Yeah.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm just doing the math, that's 112 a day.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
All right,
Okay.
we're
So,
moving.
15-minute grace period, something that we've championed for a while, where if somebody's meter expired, as long as they paid, if it expired, we wait 15 minutes. Our enforcement officers are instructed to wait 15 minutes and not cite 6 minutes past their expiration time. We give a 15-minute grace period, so which has also helped in reducing the number of citations that we issued. So that's important to note. Parking citation fine amounts, again, paid within 30 days. These are the amounts. The greatest amount of citations that we write are for expired time. And then after that, those are pretty much the fines for the most citations that we write. So there's a graph. What we did, we manually put this together to show the different times. We did a 4-week process. We have to use multiple systems to generate this information. So it's a little, it takes a while to put this together, but we did it so that we can show in a picture, when are we collecting the most revenue, and when are we writing the most citations, or at least earning. So this is at 100% citation. In other words, and we calculated it based on $36. Our greatest amount of citations is expired meter, which is $36. So the blue line is the revenue, and it intersects with the red line at some points on when we write our citations. And if you look, and I'll just scroll through real fast, it's pretty consistent. In the later parts of the evenings, you can see where there's more enforcement citation revenue than there is paid revenue. At 100% citation, which we do not collect 100% of revenue citation, we collect about 66% of it. And again, you'll see that across the 4 weeks in March, which, if you remember from the last presentation, I sort of had similar for January and February, 1 week in January, 1 week in February. It's pretty consistent. There's nothing that later parts of the day, it just is when parking revenues come down. Citation revenue, financial impact. We just did an analysis. If we reduce enforcement by 2 hours on each of the days, so if we're enforcing till midnight, reducing it to 10 p.m., and if we're enforcing on that day, Friday and Saturday, to 2, enforcing up to midnight. And we were just looking at what the impact would be to citation revenue from that standpoint. So if we reduce it by 2 hours each of the days, it'd be about $134,000 reduction in citation revenue, 287 if we reduce it by 4 hours. We analyzed both. Something that we're contemplating, reducing hours to bring more in line this, and I'll show you the graph again, to bring this to a closer, so you don't, at the later parts of the day, have more enforcement revenue than parking revenue.
Through the mayor?
Yes, you're
Sorry to
recognized.
interrupt you, Alfredo. Can you go
Never.
back?
If we're going to have conversation, I think we're going to need another motion to extend.
It's
Yeah.
okay. I move to extend.
Okay,
There's no point having a presentation without.
Correct. So why don't we, but I want to keep a time limit on it so we can go with the most 2 rounds of comments, okay? Just to kind of get us out of here.
Set the time.
Let's move to extend to 11:30 at the latest. Please, let's try to keep it short of that, because I do want to get home as well. So, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Without objection.
Hurry up.
It's not my motion.
Our meter expires at
Yeah,
11:30.
My meter expired half an hour.
Luckily, we don't get tickets sitting up here, so.
I beg to differ.
Oh, when you're driving your own car, because I've gotten a ticket driving someone else's car. So we have a motion to extend to 11:30
That's the
without
best time to
objection.
get a ticket.
Let's go. Okay, yes, yay, let's go.
Alfredo, so if we lose the 2 hours or the 4 hours, the revenue, is there any OpEx or anything being lost on the expenditure side, whether it's expenses in pay, enforcement? I don't know, I'm just asking.
The question is, if we reduce 2 hours, do we?
What savings are there on the operational side, if any?
Thank you.
No problem.
Right now, we have a fixed contract with LAST. It's on a monthly. So I would have to talk to LAST and see if we reduce it. There's 2 things. We can make the parking enforcement more like ambassadors during that time for safety reasons, which is something I think that is great in the parking garage, because especially at the later parts of the time when it's nighttime. So I think that's what we would do. If we were to do that, I would probably recommend that we still have LAS on-prem helping and being eyes also for the police department, which we have a good communication
It's an
with.
expensive security system.
Yeah.
So other than that, we really don't have any.
You have another slide, do you not?
I have just 2 more slides,
Okay,
and I'm
hey,
done.
let's let you finish.
Yeah, parking study, as everybody knows, we spoke to commission, we put out a solicitation, we received responses. An evaluation committee is going to be evaluating the proposals. We received 4 proposals, all from good vendors. the idea is to have a study done to analyze our parking, our fees, our residential programs, the entire parking structure as a whole, not just in downtown, but as for the city. And the idea is to have that available and ready for presentation to the commission in the middle of July, assuming we go before commission and the commission agrees with hiring the recommended vendor at the recommended price, or the solicited price, which
It's not insignificant
it's about, roughly about $48,000.
on the low end.
On the low end, correct, on the lowest, most responsive bidder. So that's something that I think is something that's important, that information that will be provided to you so that you can make maybe some additional policy decisions, and it'll be sometime within the budget process. So that'll be, I think, something that is useful to all of us. And then second, we are now in the process of, and we've been evaluating handhelds, something that we've been asking the clerk of courts for years, to have our own handhelds and not have to use Civic Smart, which is their product that they make all of us use. They have agreed, and we have till November to transition to our own handhelds. That is going to be a phenomenal tool for us to gather information, to present to you, to bring it all together. Instead of doing those graphs that we have to, that are so extremely
Painful.
employee, right, it just takes us forever. This is something that we can actually look at the zones. What are the times? Maybe in certain zones, we need to enforce more. It would correlate with our paid parking programs and apps. So that is something that is great, and we're hoping to have something before commission for approval sometime in the next month or two. We're having our last demonstration on Friday of this week, and then we're preparing the memo and resolution for consideration. But having that providers with us is going to be a huge improvement for our reporting, which is something that we lack right now. Not by choice, by the restrictions that were placed upon us by the clerk of courts.
Okay.
And other than that, we can go home.
Okay, so, yeah, good luck. Questions of Mr. Riverall?
Mr. Marinko looks like your person.
Yes, Mr. Corey, you're recognized.
Do you know if our 15-minute grace period or any of our other tactics are seen like compared to other cities, if they're liberal or onerous, or?
Very liberal.
That's very liberal.
And I'll have Carlos, we
It
have
is.
good relationships with other parking programs. Carlos, does anybody else give 15-minute grace periods? Nobody gives 15-minute.
Thank
grace
you.
periods.
Does-
How about
believes
5-minute
me.
grace
Does anyone else write 112 tickets a day on 400 surface parking spaces? Honestly, that's a straight-up question. I'm sorry to be a savage about asking the question that way, but if we're going to throw that out there, I want to be clear. We're going to compare 112 tickets on an inventory of, like, I'm going to say 400 on-street spaces. What do other jurisdictions do on a percentage basis? So I mean, again, that's the kind of data I want. I just want to make this point because I think we talk about what we can do for our town center today. Certainly want to make physical improvements, but we have to acknowledge, and I'm not saying this is the reason that our businesses aren't performing at the level they want to perform. I've had this conversation with the manager, but the perception is indisputable. This is the most hostile place to park in all of Dade County.
But it's not accurate.
Well, from my
But
perspective.
it is the perception.
It's not accurate, but it's the perception, and perception, unfortunately, is reality. So, I mean, I will tell you, what I see is the biggest problem that we have, and that graph, we've talked about it with the lines up and down, puts us in the most pleasant perspective, but I had the benefit of seeing Mr. Riverall's information. When you juxtapose for the 2 weeks, the Christmas tree that is, citations versus revenue for spaces, the evening hours, there's really no reason for us to enforce on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, late Saturdays, meaning after 10 o'clock, late Fridays, and probably Sunday evenings, right? So the evening hours, we are way over enforcing the demand. From my perspective, the measure should not be, I forget what the standard is that you say we have in the code. The point should be, we should be protecting the inventory on street so that we're allowing commerce to happen fluidly within the businesses, right? We want to make sure people are paying so that you're turning over the spaces and keeping them available for people to frequent the businesses that we're servicing by providing the public inventory, right? We're not doing that. What we're doing now is it's a value extraction mechanism. It's a tax on the commercial tax base to basically subsidize RGF. And I think that's the imbalance that we have that we need to course correct on, because we're not doing ourselves any favors in the short term in terms of encouraging people to come here during what's going to be a very difficult transition period for this downtown if we do all the things that we want to do. So, yes, ma'am.
Should we, after a certain time, be issuing warnings instead of tickets? Because if I understood Alfredo correctly, we have a static contract. So whether they're writing a ticket or writing a warning, they're here anyway.
Look, I think we should envision, I mean, I would like, I mean, I think Laz has been a great partner, but I think that we are engaging in a self-destructive activity with the way we're enforcing our, self-destructive, I mean, for our town center and the businesses that are there. Okay, it's not an indictment on Laz, because they're doing what we have contracted for them to do, right? You're doing it super efficiently, like you guys are amazing at your job, like honestly. 112 tickets a day, you just blew my mind with that number, because they don't all happen they happen probably, I mean, I can see the numbers, I have them, right? So I think, I would rather renegotiate the contract and extend the term, right? And allow us more flexibility in how we incur costs, so we can have more enforcement flexibility. Particularly what I'm seeing is in the evening hours and Sundays are days where we really don't have that much traffic downtown, where we're penalizing people for staying late and having an extra glass of wine or whatever they're doing, right? And where there's no, I mean, the last time we had this presentation, I left this chamber, I had a rental car, I parked with John Edward Smith at across from Verace. We sat down at the table, I hadn't paid, because I'm not used to it. So I'm driving, my vehicle's registered, and I have now the privilege of parking for free, and I had a parking on my windshield within literally 35 seconds. And you can ask him about it. It's literally what happened. And I don't have any problem with that generally, except that the entire street was empty. Every stall on that side of the street, there was not a car parked in it. Mine was the only one. So what we're doing is we're taxing people that want to come into our downtown when there's zero demand, right? And the courtesy gift we give them is a $36 ticket, right? And so I don't know that that helps drive business into our town center. I think that should be the reason for enforcement, is preserving the availability of parking when there's peak demand. And then, when the demand is soft, right, we should probably just say, take a more laissez-faire approach, or have more irregular enforcement so that we at least continue compliance. But the strict compliance approach, I think, is self-defeating right now. And I mean, the numbers show it, and I think it's indisputable. Your graph does a better job of masking it than the numbers how I would have presented it. But that's what I see. I think the data is very clear on that point. I don't need a study to tell me what the numbers very clearly tell me, personally, at $48,000 for the study. I think there are other issues we need to study as part of that study, but this is not one of them. And so I think this may have a real bottom line impact on our current revenue projections for the year. So I'd like to understand from you where we are against projected revenues thus far this year, and come back with a recommendation on how we dial down enforcement to kind of come in on budget this year, and then next year talk about how we budget to something very different than what we're doing right now. Because I don't think it's a service that we're doing to those business owners who we're trying to promote on Saturday to be enforcing parking in this particular way. Again, that's been your mandate historically. That's not the mandate I would want to direct you all to continue. I think we need to change the approach and focus on preserving inventory. We have peak time. Hey, when there's a line of people wanting to park on 73rd, and you're in that space more than 15 minutes, thank you. You need to get out because somebody else wants to get in. But then when there's no demand and we're doing that, all we're telling people is don't come here. That's my 2 cents.
You want to say something?
You want me to say something?
I know.
Yeah.
I look forward to your thing, because you know how I feel.
How do you feel?
You guys are really good at doing your jobs.
No, but, all right.
And you know what? We've hired you to do that, and I applaud you for doing the best possible job that you could, because guess what? The numbers are showing that we are getting one heck of a service from Laz. We are, and let's be real. We paid for something and we're getting it, and we should be super proud of the partnership that we have. We, as a body, need to come up with what we feel is accurate or appealing to us or whatever, and then work from there. But realistically, we have to say you guys are amazing at doing your job.
Okay, so to that point, shout out to David. I can't say David without Alfredo smiling ear to ear. But, and ironically, probably every other week, probably twice a month, someone compliments me on David. Just this past Friday, someone complimented me on David, and I always respond the same way. Oh, he must not have given you a ticket. And they would say, no, he did. And I said, you like him? I said, yeah, he's so nice about it. He always tries to help. He's doing his job. He's a good guy. They always say that about him, and they always get a ticket. So maybe there is a balance. Yeah, I want to talk about a couple other things. People don't think I grew up, but as a kid, I lived down 57th Avenue, so I've always been in this area. South Miami was like just a cool place to go. It was a very small town, and it had the reputation back then. I'm talking over 40 years ago, as giving tickets. Everyone knew it was accepted. There was more of a demand back then, and people, because of that, made sure they paid, but they still got tickets. Now, I agree with the mayor, right? Perception's reality, but it's not reality. We give a 15-minute grace period, and if we're going to lax enforcement on slower days, Sunday, Monday evenings, then we should reduce that during peak times, because the point of parking, which the mayor said, and he is right, and I've always argued against free parking, just like in a restaurant, you want to turn over that table, you want to turn over that space. That's a service to the businesses. You're making sure people aren't camping out there all day. And I notice people park at City Hall, or they'll park at Donnie Fasel, or they'll park at the community center because there's no ticketing. They'll just leave their car there. So you can also argue it helps business. Now, a couple things that we need to address, because we need to be realistic. We can't all be so altruistic, right? We're up here to make some hard decisions. How much is the last contract, and how long is the last contract?
Our contract expires June of next year.
Okay, so then we have to renegotiate that, because I don't want to pay for less service. I fought to keep Laz, remember? So, yeah.
To that point, because I'm curious.
Yeah,
do we
'cause
have-
I don't wanna pay for-
No, I agree. I don't want to pay for service we're
And
not
then-
using, but I also know that kind of a standard procurement policy in most places is that we have termination for convenience provision. So do we have a termination for convenience provision in this contract, or do we not?
If I'm remembering correctly, I don't have the contract,
Yeah.
but the last time I reevaluated, I believe we have a 30-day termination.
So we do have the ability to
With or without
terminate
cause.
with notice. I just wanted to ask that
Right.
for the record.
And I don't want to do that, but,
Don't hold me to it, but I'm almost certain.
That's not my intention either. I mean, again.
and then the other thing, it's simple math, but Mr. Riverall, does the parking revenue, okay, not that, so revenue dependent, but we just talked earlier about the bond, how close we are, right, in revenue in terms of our budget. Does that account for approximately 10% of our budget, not including CIP?
Of the revenue, maybe not exactly 10%, but in total, the entire parking program
Yes.
is 16% of the
Okay.
revenue. Citations, I don't believe reaches 10%.
No, but total parking, so 16.
16%.
Okay, 16% of our revenue. We really, look, we need to consider that. We just looked at our numbers, we're talking about a loan, there are a lot of things we want to do. So, talking about, you say earlier about placemaking, find me another revenue source. So realistically, we need to add revenue, not cut revenue. And anyone who gets a ticket, honestly, it's just like anything else in life. You're training people to follow the law, right, to follow the norms. And also, it's never been easier to pay in your life.
My
But no, I wanna
proposal would
finish.
be the following.
You get a notification on your phone. It's never been easier to pay.
I think we feel.
But I don't disagree with
No,
you
I
about
know.
your
I think,
off
but I think there's two ways of dealing with this in my mind. We can ramp down the enforcement, which I think would help over time. Over time, this perception is not going to change overnight. So we've talked about assumptions around revenue declines. I don't think it's going to have any real revenue collection impact, because people still are going to have this perception for a while. It's going to take a while for there to be a level set event, Commissioner. And so I think in the near term, it's probably going to be revenue neutral or have a de minimis impact on revenue. I will tell you, it's going to certainly affect citation revenue. But I would tell you, we have no business, I'm looking at the numbers, we have no business enforcing on-street parking when all we're doing is extracting revenue, more revenue from those spaces out of citations than we do out of actual paid parking. And if anything, we should actually make the parking free during those windows, right? If we were doing it on a market demand related basis. That's the difficulty in doing that. And having variable pricing, the difficulty is people don't know when they're required to pay, so it's tougher to track. So I think the only way you level set for that, and you get some incremental revenue for people who don't know any better, right? And pay anyways because they're not aware that we may be doing less than 4% an hour. So I really think, in fairness, we talk about what things we can do closer to today, right? And I certainly think that Sunset Drive improvements and improvements generally are the most important thing we can do for the district. But this is something we can do that is easy to sacrifice around. We can find the savings in our budget. We have the capacity. We have the fund balance to do it, right? Secondly, it's also something that involves no disruption to the local businesses. Anything that we do by way of improvements also brings some intended dislocation and impact. This is something I will tell you, again, if we wanted to say to our businesses that we are standing shoulder to shoulder with you in what will probably be the most disruptive but positive time in our city's history, where we're transforming our town center, I think this is where we can show the most good faith and goodwill. And that's why I've been so dogged about it, and I apologize for interrupting you. It's not my style. But again, I think that the perception and the real impact are very tangible, and I think the benefits would be very real and very quick to realize. And with that, thank you for the presentation. Any final comments?
Yeah, I have a question. Just a hybrid. What if we offered, instead of an hour, 2 hours, whatever that number is, just to make sure we still have our monthly tenants and people are paying, they're not going to park there all day, but 2 hours free in the garage. That way we keep everything in place, but we're still being very friendly. 2 hours free in the garage. It's a hybrid. That way we're not going to disrupt this service, and that way it's...
Look, I want to leave it to Alfredo to come back with a proposal. I don't want, and that's possibly something we can offer. I just, people are going to use the on-street inventory. It's the most convenient. I think, I'd like to leave it to him. I'm not trying to dictate what we do. I know where the problem is. I think we need to dial down enforcement in the evenings. The numbers tell us what the policy probably should be. But how we get there, because again, I understand that it's not an inconsequential part of our revenue, but we got to break this addiction. And I'm not talking about the parking revenue, I'm talking about the enforcement revenue addiction, right? It's $700,000, it's rich, it is. We just did talk about alcohol, that's the irony. But it's something that we've structured a budget around that we've become dependent on substantially. And I think we need to figure out a way to ratchet it back, because the returns they're diminishing returns on this activity, from my perspective. Thank you for allowing us the extra time, I appreciate all of you. Any last questions? I'm sorry to dominate that conversation. No, sir?
Well, we'll wait until Alfredo says, but I had recommended the 2 hours, and I've spoken to Alfredo about a lot of different things on the parking garage that will affect this as well. And there's a new system that's coming that's going to let us do a lot of that stuff. So I told him before that we should wait until that system comes in. He's going to have a lot of different proposals, a lot of different ideas with that system. That system, is the one that we have right now, is really limiting, and we will have more solutions. So
You're talking about the Civic, the new handholds. No doubt.
It's a big difference.
No
With
doubt.
validations and things of that, stuff that we've never been able to do.
And that'll help.
Will be a possibility.
It will. but-
Issuing warnings, depending on how many citations, a history of a vehicle, then we can see that.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yes, sir.
Can we hear from Carlos for the last
Yeah,
minute or two?
please,
What
yeah.
you would, so what would you suggest? You're the man, you can say whatever you want. You're the manager.
things I did
You have the most
recommend to
experience. You hear the commission's concern.
Absolutely. One of the things that I recommended to Alfredo was actually what the Vice Mayor mentioned, giving a warning, like, let's say after 10 p.m. Like, instead of enforcing until midnight, keep the enforcement officers as ambassadors, but drive around, and if the vehicle is expired, instead of issuing a ticket, issue a warning. But that would be only like a one-time warning, because the tag will stay registered with the new system, and then if the offender comes next week, then the enforcement officer will issue a citation because that vehicle already got a warning.
That's why I drove a different car.
I think that's a good idea. I'm open to it. Again, we have, again, and no offense to Laz, you do an excellent job, and I do agree, David and the team do a very difficult job, and they do it with a lot of grace and a lot of good humor, and I get very positive feedback about them as well. So the people are great. We could have better ambassadors for a very difficult moment. But I think, again, the number, to me, the utilization by the public doesn't justify the level of enforcement we have. And I think given the perception that we built, we can probably get by with a little bit less enforcement. And I think it would be a good show of faith to our businesses, that a lot of which are struggling. So anyhow.
Okay.
Thank you all. I appreciate you putting together a presentation, Alfredo. Good night.